Wow. That blew my ears out, bro. What the hell is that, man? Did you guys amp it up? Holy
That wakes you
macaroni.
up, man. That makes you feel alive right there.
I was going to Q-tip to get the wax out, but now I don't have to because it got liquefied. Jeez.
Too loud, you're too old, Gonzo. You know the saying. You know the rules.
Yeah,
what's up,
maybe.
everybody? I hope everyone's having a wonderful Saturday.
Yeah. Well, listen.
What time is it here? 1 o'clock. So it's
quarter.
Good evening. Good evening, Boston, back east.
1:45 here. So
okay.
Man, oh man.
What a day,
well, we got Jen McCabe 2.0, Bryon.
Yes, we do. We do.
And I spent all night videotaping this, downloading it, and cutting it. I didn't listen. I couldn't have had any stuff to it because it would just take me forever to do.
Right.
But I don't know if I messed up. I might, because it says it's 6 hours long, part 1 and part 2. Maybe in the chat can tell us if it's right time or not the right time, because maybe I double dipped it. I don't know. We're gonna find out.
Gonzo might have messed up. That's okay though. That's okay.
It's a
Otherwise, it's gonna be a
long
6 hour live. Is that what you're saying, Gonzo?
You better have your depends. You better have your depends on.
It's gonna be a 6 hour live.
It's gonna be a Jen McCabe marathon.
Oh geez. Okay.
All the greatest hits. But anyway,
right, people.
Welcome everybody. Welcome to the show.
Out.
Yep. Get your popcorn
ready.
Yep. Yeah. See, it's probably 6 hours. Tiff always gets us correct, man. She's rocking. She's always rocking.
Well, we dropped Jen McCabe 1 from last year because we wanted everybody to see her testimony from last year, and then we're reviewing.
Well, hey, stop. You wanted to make sure that everybody knew that she was honest, her integrity was high, she's a good citizen.
Correct.
That's what you
took the words right out of my mouth, G. As always, G took the words right out of my mouth. Well, I'll shut up.
So
we wanted to compare the testimony, so this way everybody could see what she said last year to exactly what she said this year, which should be
the same,
identical, right?
Mm-hmm.
Identical. Well, let's see if it is.
All right. Do you have any housekeeping to do?
Thank you to Jonathan Jacobs at Simply Vegas Real Estate. If you need a house, go see Jonathan Jacobs. This is where we film. Great realtor, great person, great man, great business owner.
Yeah. Steve, you got anything to say, Steve-O?
Hi, everybody.
Hello. Hello. Yep. Hey, you know what? I noticed this. I noticed this the other day. I was watching the Discovery Channel, and it was like the wedding stuff. And the guy goes, "Do you ever notice the bride is always crying at her wedding day?
Mm.
You know why? Do you know why?
Why?
Because she didn't marry the best man."
They have scientifically proven that one food reduces women's sex drive.
Bananas.
Wedding cake.
Oh.
Shot fired.
Yep.
Oh, that's it. You're done.
Hey, where are you going?
You couldn't take it.
Where are you going? Are you going to get some wedding cake?
I had to go get something. All right, let's roll this shit show. Let's roll this shit show going. Let's go.
All right. Roll it, Steve. Roll it. We got to get through Gen 2.0, 6 hours. Oh, Lord help us. Lord help us.
I want you to pay attention to how.
She does look better this time. She's got a tan. Her hair's done. Her nails are done.
Whoa.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts for your testimony today?
She called me last night.
What did y'all discuss?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss it?
No testimony, no.
In that conversation?
No.
Are you she testified last night?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year, where you both testified under oath, and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time.
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened to that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
So let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters. I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case.
Yes.
With Ms. Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Mr. McCabe, but if you ask me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Do you remember that?
Sister,
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
we've talked about what has happened, yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
Mhm.
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to, well, what would you say?
Well, yeah, what would you call it?
And why?
What would you call it?
I would say that we've both talked about what we discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean?
Comparative.
Like your testimony?
Yeah.
We've discussed what happened to that moment,
Right.
in those moments. So, when I got a phone call,
You were comparing notes.
sure, that's my phone call. We can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story,
Not
correct?
my story. It's the truth. It's the truth.
Okay.
Oh.
For instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was.
Hey, pause it, Steve.
No, that phone call, correct?
I've told her.
So, Bryon, if the police would have done their job at the very beginning,
Mhm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Take voluntary statements from each one. Okay, you separate them like we've said. You separate them.
Mm-hmm.
Then they write their voluntary statement.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
You've locked them into it. You
Yep.
give them the opportunity. You give them the opportunity to get together
Mm-hmm.
and talk about what what happened. A lot of it is going to be the same, right? Or at least it should be. At least it should be, right?
The big part should be the same.
Right. So from the get-go, they already had the opportunity to collaborate and get their stories together because there was no voluntary statements written.
Nope.
Right. They were allowed to mingle all together.
Yeah.
And exactly what she says, talk about what happened.
Yes, that's exact. They were comparing notes, and they were setting the stage. They were absolutely talking about what happened and what needs to be done.
Yep.
There's no question about that.
Yep.
She
So,
can deny it all she wants, but that's
well,
you know what I mean?
yep. Roll it, Steve.
Phone call, correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you had, for instance, conversations that you had with Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was, or is, of those conversations with Ms. Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Ms. Reed?
Conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You discussed that with us.
Some things, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed some perceptions and memories that she has not discussed in the past. She told them that you were not assisting her, correct?
Yes,
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
correct.
And you talked about things, I'm sorry, she talked to you about things. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception. Share them.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Miss Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you together. Is this case correct?
Yes,
So that probably, by definition, is the foundation of many, many, many of your conversations. Agree?
we've grown into friends where we talk about many other things besides the case.
Sure, but the movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing.
Can't fix the truth.
And yes, absolutely. We talk many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago and we've talked about it time and time again. This case is traumatized us. So it's a big part of
Traumatized.
our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Get the tooth, the whole tooth, nothing but the tooth.
Swear to the tooth fairy.
It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Miss Roberts's perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions and your memories?
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Next question.
How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial yesterday today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case. So I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that? Weeks or months?
I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No.
Do you think it was?
No, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the fall of last year.
No,
It was in 2025 sometime.
I believe so, yes.
You think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact, I'm sorry.
I'm going to talk about the
You never
time
could.
of those conversations, and I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you had? With whom at approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan.
Mm-hmm.
Are you looking for who was,
Sure.
Yeah.
Who else was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there.
Of course.
Generally.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings he was, yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer, Trooper Tully was there at 1. Trooper Buchanan was there at 1. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the 3rd meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure,
I
understood.
apologize.
How many meetings did you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I would sit. Again, I didn't write them down off the top of my head. I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, perhaps, Mr. Nelson, perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
You asked questions about any of these meetings. I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of these 5 meetings. By the way, when was the most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to
Yes, I'm
Yeah,
going to stop you right there.
Oh,
I'm going to ask a different question, if you don't mind. I'm just going to lead you through this question. The conversation last night, I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You've had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and their law enforcement.
Yeah, I might have, in the 5, included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough.
What up, Will?
Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call them 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed I did review some of my testimony, yes.
In what format?
I watched.
Paper transcript, or
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
do you watch your direct examination?
Um,
Did you watch your cross-examination?
a little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did.
That was me. Correct, or any part of it?
No.
Did you watch any part of the subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
Hey, pause it, Steve.
An area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review.
So he's asking her, did you guys get together and talk about the case? Right?
No, we didn't.
So let me tell you this. This is what happens when we're going to have a Super Bowl party, right? We get everybody at the house, right? We talk about what's going to happen, what we think is going to happen, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is what these girls did too.
Yeah.
They pumped up the YouTubes and watched every single video that they were in, taking notes, right?
Yeah.
So when they go meet with Brennan's going to say, you need to fix this because this is going to look bad for us.
Yeah.
Elaborate more of this. And remember, if you don't recall, but you do recall, so you don't recall.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yep.
So I'm noticing right now she's a lot better prepared.
Yeah, she's a lot less argumentative than she was the first time. The first time she was really standoffish. This time she's a lot more relaxed, a little bit more chill. We'll see where. where it goes.
So far she's not rattled. Go ahead, Steve-O.
No, so far she's good. Yeah, we just built a timeline. Yeah. So they didn't talk about the case. They just talked about it.
And the entirety of the process.
Sorry, this mic is heavy today.
Question by Mr. Brennan following your review of that that direct and cross examination.
Yeah.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers.
I don't. He showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those are the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding? I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm going to use probably a poor word for how you came across your demeanor in the last proceeding. Yeah. Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial to, the last proceeding to this trial? My mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children, and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No.
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end? Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way. Did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and you were subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or fake direct examination?
No, that
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting I think was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give it time because I'm not sure,
Okay.
but it was fairly quick. Yeah.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at? Other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you
An hour to 2 hours in the meeting. Come
I
on.
really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick.
Yeah, come
The
on.
second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe
Yeah.
a couple hours.
Yeah,
Um,
because you're going over your testimony.
a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That's fairly quick, yes.
Mhm.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times.
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper
I'm already annoyed.
ask you any questions during the course of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about your case,
They prep you for the case.
about specific facts.
That's
I do not
why you get to them to get together with them.
Anybody taking notes? Laughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No, I don't believe so.
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw.
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded.
I do not believe so, no.
Mind-boggling. Mind-boggling.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes,
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
yes,
Nicole is married to Bryon
Bryon
Albert.
yes,
It was Bryon Albert's home that you were at 34 Fairview
Yep.
that you arrived at where John's body was found, correct?
Mhm.
yes,
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 20th, going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Bryon?
yes, very close.
Your family, so it's not just you, Nicole, your whole family's close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Bryon Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten,
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family.
yes,
In addition to Bryon and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
yes,
Just to be clear, I'm going to do this slowly.
Okay.
Bryon Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
yes,
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
yes,
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member, is that right?
Now he is, yes,
And the Canton, that's in Canton. I said Select Board member. Did I mention Canton Select Board member?
it is in
Okay.
Canton, yes.
All right. Obviously, it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the Select Board, correct?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Bryon Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten,
Mhm.
was a Boston police officer.
Yes,
He had been a lifetime law
course.
enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
yes,
Of course.
Trained first responder, obviously.
Yep.
Bryon Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
yes,
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
yes, I believe that's his title.
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton,
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
yes,
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
yes,
And you, Ms. McCabe, have 3 sisters.
Mm.
Nicole, we've talked about. You also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle, yes,
Yeah.
Michelle. And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
yes,
Nicole is also known by nickname, is that right?
yes,
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco,
Does Shelley also have a
Coco.
I guess Shelley is the
Yeah,
short
Shelley
name
is,
for Michelle, correct?
yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah, Deedee.
Like D nice?
Do you see the picture he's trying to paint?
Correct?
Like Diddy?
Don't
Just Dee Dee?
tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes, yes,
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
yes,
There are, I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris, and Bryon, and Nicole, and you, and Matt, and the folks that we just talked about.
yes,
That family, that large family, celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing.
we don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does, yes,
Along with Bryon, Albert, and Nicole.
yes, of course,
Birthdays are celebrated within the family.
yes,
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing.
yes,
Gatherings, like the one on the 28th,
Hey, Steve, pause it.
it's together.
yes.
You mentioned a lot of
What's the picture that he's trying to paint, my guy?
They are family.
And they do everything together, and they're
Yeah.
going to protect each other, right?
I'm getting the hint that they're family, and family is going to protect family. Because remember what he says. Remember what he said in the last testimony. Remember John O'Keefe? Yeah, but he ain't family, is
He
he?
ain't family. Yep.
Like, no, he's not. Yeah, he ain't family. So yeah, he's setting the tone for what family is to her, which
Yeah.
is going to come out later, probably in the cross.
Yeah, he's doing a good job so far.
Yeah,
Action
Jackson's
Jackson.
very good at setting people up, and then a couple minutes later, he comes in, jumps from behind, and slits your throat, and you don't even know what happened.
Yeah, so there's been 3 ejections so far and 3 sustained.
Mm. All right.
Let's roll.
Roll it.
Sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go through together.
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
What's up, Patricia?
And naturally, you're very protective of the family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You had also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January 2022, correct?
Yes,
But she very much is not family, correct?
correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts and the McCabe's, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Bryon Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times, you didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case, is that right?
Yeah.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We just talked about that, Bryon Albert, is that right?
Bryon was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there's some familial or family or friendly connection
Yeah.
to that police agency, Boston Police Department, and Bryon Albert. That's correct.
The objection sustained.
Of course it is.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family, is that right?
By connection.
Family.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you.
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with you.
No, I'm not aware of
You
that.
just said they're family.
Bullshit.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Bryon.
Yes.
Okay. And Kenton Police Department, there's also some connections there as well. Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them.
Mhm.
You have a connection with the Canton Police Department.
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
You know friggin' 4 cops on the department. You have a connection.
Agents associated with Massachusetts State, with Canton Police Department, that'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I stop you for a second and see counsel type on this? Jackson, go right ahead.
Side back.
When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about some of the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Bryon Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie.
Friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With,
I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister.
Yeah.
Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right? Okay.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Bryon Albert's brother,
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
the Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. You remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On that.
On that same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
Yes, it was brief.
All right. Those
Great.
law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that.
Yes,
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
correct.
Completely separate agencies, is that right?
Yes,
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
yes,
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
they were very vague on what they were. I
Understood.
don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with
Yeah.
your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022. As a witness or otherwise.
Sustained as to certain terminology.
Just saying hi.
Ms. McCabe, you were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
They're there to talk about the dead officer.
Basically about what you're testifying to here.
Yeah.
correct?
When I first spoke with them, their conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes,
How the vague?
They first contacted you telephonically. Called you on the phone. Is that right?
actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car.
Yes,
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
yes,
At that point, they had not identified themselves,
they
correct?
didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jen. They asked you who you were, you said,
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
fair enough, fair enough. However, after they said, sorry, after you said, I'm not Jen from K, you walked into the house, they didn't call you on the phone.
Yes,
They were still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time it.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
No, it was soon after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell
Okay.
you where they were located. I'm sorry.
Okay.
They told you that they would identify themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not with the troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit-down talk with you, correct?
Yes,
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
yes,
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them. Correct?
10 minutes.
it's brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes,
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
yes,
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you informed them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
yes,
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
yes,
That's
You told
odd.
them
Right, G?
that
Pause
you
it for a second,
contacted
Steve.
your
Yeah.
husband.
Steve's right next to me. For all of you who don't know, Steve's sitting right here. You can see that? Can I even? Oh, there it is. Stay on your side. Don't hog. Don't come across the line. Oh, what was I going to say? You distracted me.
That was odd that they asked her if she made any phone calls with the 10 minutes that they made the first initial contact when they arrived.
Oh, yeah. She needs to prepare for the interview. And like what we would have said, I would have said, prepare for what? I need to ask you some questions. I'm not giving you, this is right now. I'm here. You're here. We start right now. I'm not giving you 10 minutes to prepare, lady. I got shit to do. We got a murder to solve, right?
Yeah. No, I think she's prepared pretty good with Brennan. I mean, who else better to prepare with than a person who was a prosecutor before? Or, I mean, a defense attorney, right? Because if you're a defense attorney, yeah, but if you're a defense attorney like Brennan, right? Right now he's a prosecutor, he jumped ship, but he knows exactly what to prepare his witness to say to make it harder for Jackson. And it's right now, from what I'm seeing, is just being very vague, right, with her answers. Give him a little bit, but don't give him a lot. So she's very vague, very vague.
She's giving him a little taste, but not too much.
And let me say this. When you have 10 or 15 interviews, you're going to know your story. You're going to know your timeline. The reason she doesn't is because she's lied to every one of them. And she doesn't know what story they're going to bring up.
That's what's so easy about telling the truth. There's one story.
It doesn't
Once you
change.
start lying. All right. Roll it, Steve.
And you told him that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct?
Got it.
At that moment.
Gotta call
I'm
Carrie.
not 100% sure, but if you have it,
Gotta call Carrie.
it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, you could show me.
Absolutely.
Gotta get the story straight before you talk to the popo. That's a must.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
She should tell the truth. I wonder what the jury thinks of her right now.
I don't know. They changed out that mouth thing. Now it's black.
Yeah.
No more
Very,
judgment.
yes.
Yeah, no more jockstrap. Well, it could be a dark jockstrap. Mine's
Very
black,
evasive.
Black and silver.
It appears to be, yes.
Yes.
Sure.
Direct your attention to the reporting counsel. Starting with seconds, the last full paragraph, top four. I'm sorry, page 4, top 4.
Okay.
You can review those 2 paragraphs, read them to yourself, and then look up and let
This should Mike Jackson. You know what I'm saying? Because he steps away from the mic.
Yeah. Drives me nuts. Now I know what our subs feel like when we don't wear mics sometimes. They
Yeah.
can't hear us. They're like,
I know. You know what I did though on part 2 of this video, I cut a lot of Jackson's audio separately from hers and try to amp it up a little bit higher so it sounds a little bit better.
oh, nice.
But it took an extra hour to do, so I didn't do it for part 1. Look at she's scanning every one of those so she can prepare her answers of why what she said for each bubble.
Yeah, I don't even remember what he asked her. You remember, Steve, what he asked her? Are you paying attention? Steve's over here playing Tetris. I don't even know what he's doing over here.
There, I just changed the banner.
Oh, he changed the banner.
Badoosh.
He's not even good at Tetris.
It's Wordle.
You gotta move. No,
Okay, here we go.
In reviewing those paragraphs, refresh your recollection as to whether or not as to what you told those agents initially. I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency.
Mhm.
That about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval.
Yes, I told them.
And
Correct.
you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes,
and Carrie Roberts.
correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency. One of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first 2 calls you made, your husband,
Right.
come home. There's law enforcement outside my door. I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home. Correct.
Yeah.
And Carrie Roberts.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you've been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they'd already been to her.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Uh-huh.
Yes, because typically if you enter our town, she's.
Mr. McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry, I was just trying to
That's okay.
explain. I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out
Talks
if
too
in
much.
fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to find out what she told them if she had been contacted by them, right? That was your motive in calling her.
No.
So you just wanted to find out had she been contacted, but if she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have.
Anger.
What I would have asked her.
For
I know
anger.
I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes.
Not anxiety.
That was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent, yes?
Yes.
Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story. Right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them,
That's
so
a
that
good
your
point.
story could somehow align or inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There is what happened, and that's it.
So if that's true, Mr. McCabe, have no reason to call Carrie. She's been contacted.
Like it's sidebar.
Boom.
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything. That's nothing more than that. I'm sorry.
Let her finish. I have this paper confession.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Ms. Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming. Because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you law enforcement agencies. Correct.
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And
Pause it. Pause it.
Hang on.
Why is Bev allowing her to finish her stories, man?
I don't know.
It's a yes or no question, but she's allowed to ramble. And Bev's, what were we going to say? Go ahead and finish your story.
Yeah.
Trying to play to the jury.
Yeah. Well, Jackson should let her talk. You know, when someone starts rambling on in court, let them speak, because she's going to just dig herself into a deeper hole. You know what I mean? So I would say if she wants to ramble on, I'm good with it.
Well, listen, when we had,
as well.
when we had bad guys and we're talking to them, okay, when they would try to over explain what they were doing, 199% of the time they were lying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And if she's saying we don't have to have stories, we know what we did, we know what happened, but yet she has to explain every answer that Jackson throws at her.
Yeah. Well, it's guilt.
Yeah. Right. It's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Roll it, Steve.
Guilt's getting her. I don't like this shirt. Pop me off for a second. Be right back.
Firing. It's like when the ice cream truck was at the street next door, and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
An argumentative.
Thank you. You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline. Correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions.
No,
Yes or no?
can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brown will have a follow-up question. After you gave that answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency, they asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie. No.
Was it true?
I had.
Was it truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person in the time they contacted you to talk on, and you said, I need 10 minutes. And then they gave you that part.
Hey, Steve, mute Bryan.
I can't answer.
Contacted others. In addition to Matt McCabe and your listener.
Yes, I did.
So when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Carrie? That would be by definition a lie. Correct?
No.
It's not a lie. Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If I could explain,
Let me ask
it
you
would
a
make
different
more sense to you.
She's getting frazzled.
one more time.
Yeah.
It is asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you, set up an interview, and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
Mm-hmm.
The objection is sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I did the law enforcement agency.
Ask it
That
differently.
law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you. Sorry. They have to contact between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes. Right? Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them that and here, correct?
Correct.
You would actually contact me. Did you contact anyone else?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no. Yes.
No,
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
Only one person can talk.
Let her talk.
No, she was finishing her.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest, I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone calls.
So next question.
Thank you.
See how she's just rambling?
After you said no, that you hadn't contacted anyone else,
Mhm.
those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, objection. They left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you in fact did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe? Objection.
Sustained.
Did you call him back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Joyce, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that.
Maybe
Next, yes.
2 against 1 again. 2 against 1.
That was a quick one, too. Objection sustained.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie, but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
Conveniently.
Like,
Conveniently.
I contacted Matt.
Did you unmute me?
Yeah. I know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them. You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Mr. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works for the district attorney's
Thank you,
office.
Mr. McCabe. And you also left out that you contacted Bryon Albert himself, correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying. Correct?
Yes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Bryon Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them, correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers, correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden, you've had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow the pleasure not to go from you.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister, yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well.
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakikis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up
Yes.
and Brian Albert showed up.
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason, is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening.
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay.
Is that right?
Shank of the evening? I've never
And
heard.
ultimately, after the call, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well. They shared a call between John O'Keefe.
That's funny.
They appeared to be getting along.
Yes.
Sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together.
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated out of sorts.
No, I wouldn't. categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And
But again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
well, that's a fair statement. They didn't stumbling around, falling over themselves and sloppy drunk, correct? Out of control, nothing like that.
No.
You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a table sort of together during the course of that game, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to view the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the O'Keefe's and those, and you as well.
Yes. At different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar.
We weren't in the bar. We were at the table, so it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't like far away.
Right. I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for nothing. I didn't mean you're siding up to the bar. It's sort of as a landmark. Then, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were
Hey,
just on
Steve, pause it.
we were just on the other side of the table.
We were at that bar, right?
Yep.
It's not that big.
It's teeny. It looks big in the video. I thought it was real big, but it's pretty small. It's pretty small.
I thought it was going to be a bar like we have here in Vegas. You can't see across the room, right?
That's what I thought. I thought it was like at least double the size than when we walked in.
This is the funny thing is we almost sat right where they're at, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm not no tall guy. I'm a 5'5", fun size kind of guy. I could see everywhere and anything in that bar.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's not
So
big.
for her to kind of play it off like, it's way over there. They were on this side. We were way. Dude, you could stand arm to arm, both of us, and touch each wall.
Yeah.
Right.
Way over there is like 5-8 feet.
Right. So she's trying to paint a picture of, this bar's way big, and there was only maybe 10 people in that bar to begin with.
Yeah.
15.
Yeah. I agree.
Let's roll.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
Let's get it.
Yeah, we stood right there, Gonzo. Where they stood. Me and you stood right there.
Mm-hmm.
We talked to the bartender for a minute, remember?
Yep.
The time you got there until the time you left.
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it, yes.
Okay, and you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolokides was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the specific part is, all I'm asking is, do they touch each other? Yes.
I guess, yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
I don't, we could watch the video, might explain it better than I could.
Yeah, waterfall's cramped.
Okay, now I'm just asking about you remember them swearing off on one another, playing, swearing off on one another?
Yeah, play
I don't
fight.
remember them swearing off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys. Just, I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video,
Mhm.
they squared off on each other and sort of fighting states.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other? Like they were thin lips to each other.
Right.
I get that.
Mhm.
They have with one another, like they punches to each other.
I don't know.
Almost like sparring.
I don't honestly know.
But you did see
I saw them together. It's blurry, and they're kind of. I don't know really what they're doing. Oh God, no. They were engaging with each other playfully, grabbing at each other. I don't really.
Boys being boys. It happens.
Horse around.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting. I didn't know it was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed. And I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt. Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah, in the video.
So let's talk about Brian and Brian. Those two men, very large in stature.
They're the guys, yeah.
Big ones.
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance with each other and started to grab them, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a physical altercation. Right?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay. You didn't even see it on video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today.
Yes.
Um,
Okay.
Eventually, you your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night.
Yes.
The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakipis and Sarah Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, why don't you come with me?
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside? Did you make the video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I'm moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you.
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen did come with you.
Yes.
Miss Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together. Yes.
And finally, you walked away and your husband Matt over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview,
Karen didn't want to go with her.
were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in, and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters in the sink. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room. And they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures. So, or maybe the Sun and the Marines, they might've been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
8 to 10 people.
Vaguely, a faint memory of that, but she described it in great detail.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
You may, sir. You may approach. I'm fidgety.
Hey, hey, pause for 1 second, Steve.
Right here.
Because you're right next to me.
So a few minutes back, she was saying that she asked Karen to ride with her to 34 Fairview, right?
I wonder why.
I wonder why. And I wonder why Jen didn't. Maybe she got a bad vibe. Listen, when you get a bad vibe, you get a bad vibe.
Yeah, Karen probably got a little bit of the ick. Like, why do you want me riding with you? We don't even know each other that
I
well.
don't know you. Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know
Exactly.
you. Why do you want me to ride with you? What's up? You going to do something to me? Are we not going to make it to the party?
Well, was John O'Keefe going to make it to the party?
Maybe that's why they wanted them separate. You know, Jen was separating them so John can get over there and whatever. And then who knows? You know, so many what ifs and variables.
Man, roll it. Let's roll it, Steve-O.
Could you just take a look at that photograph?
Yes.
You recognize the photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
Ooh,
My sister's house. Yes.
Right.
maybe this one. Take her to Higgins.
For identification, there's a
Oh.
thank you. If I may. The next in order. Thank you.
$10:41 at night there. Wow. In the UK. Oh, what time is it here? 2:42.
Chris, you better get some coffee. It's going to be a long ride.
Yeah. It's going to be a long night, Chris.
Yeah, sorry, Trish. Court audio is horrible.
I'm going to show a different
Yeah.
exhibit until the other issue can be resolved. With court's permission. Commonwealth Exhibit 3. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Ms. Rowe, could you highlight or enlarge the house as much as you can? Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes,
What is that?
that is 34 Fairview.
Okay. Can you, I think this laser will work. It's that laser, and point to the front door that you entered when you walked in the house. Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purpose of this photograph, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, oh, see where these two windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those two windows.
Probably goes
And
into the
can you
kitchen.
just stay with doors for a second. Is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is, right there.
Right there next to that side door.
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Can I approach?
yes.
You didn't go in the side door, you went in the front door that night.
Yes,
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room.
Yeah, if you like just right there, right where they are, just kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles?
Just one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
Really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay. Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember? Describe.
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow in front.
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond. I just asked whose Jeep is that.
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox. Is that right?
Yes,
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway. Is that right?
yes,
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here. Does that make sense?
It does make
Yeah, we just saw the picture. Yeah.
You previously indicated that the back edge of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you just described. It'd be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance. Correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen
Been sitting in it for
that
2 years.
Jeep in that spot with anybody else in the
Or a
space?
year and a half.
Is that including previous testimony or?
It is. And at any time, before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else, for instance, your husband?
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Has Brian Higgins been to that house before, or is that the first time he's been there?
Curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in.
I don't think so.
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house. That Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
At some point, did you observe Mr. Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Ms. Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was red.
That would be
Right in the middle,
in line with,
right in the middle of the house.
correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So the Jeep was a normal, it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I do not. I don't know.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Super Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Ms. Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that detail wrong.
The chat will fix it, buddy. The chat will tell us what we need to know.
If in fact, well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to the doctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
Yeah.
I told him it was straight out front the window. Straight out front at the front door. Sorry.
The proctor looked at the report.
Correct.
You know, report and started hearing, is that right?
Yes.
Been there, done that. I almost fell last time.
Your interview with him was on January 29th. Do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time?
Detectives will,
I don't
but in
remember the
uniform,
time,
very
but
rare.
assuming afternoon, like after 12.
Very
or
rare.
not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Cooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
To
Yes.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there,
Mhm.
Bryon Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case.
Yeah.
But Bryon Albert did show up at your house.
He did. I asked him to come.
And he
Yes.
was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed him, correct?
He was in the house. Yes.
And you'd spoken to Bryon Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed him, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
But in fact, several times you had spoken to 34 Fairview, you've already said that.
Oh, right. Yeah. We were all there. In the
And then
kitchen.
obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right. I mean, not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Bryon Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke to Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the issue of the SUV from the house?
I know what I said. Yes. I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Is it true what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman? Okay.
Oh,
Those are not my words. No.
the next question.
See how Bev doesn't allow him to elaborate?
Yeah. I know. Those are not my words.
You did that.
Well, whose are
Following
they?
the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Bryon and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, right?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert.
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins.
I haven't spoken to Bryon Higgins since I believe John O'Keefe's wait.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that correct?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there. Yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank.
We
Is that right?
watched.
He may have suggested it. I'm not sure.
So,
Oh my gosh.
all these folks, we talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who's where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
We've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss, and everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law, and then Bryan's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Kerry about John. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And during that conversation, or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended, correct? Or the morning ended, correct?
No, I'm not correct.
During the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend that we're talking about,
Yeah.
the time we discussed all these events,
Yeah.
everybody was entitled to and did make their statements without any preparation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family. My sister and my brother-in-law wasn't really a big group of us. as I mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened,
And you told
questions like that, and I absolutely told them. But it was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me. Like,
he was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody, well, notwithstanding what you think was reason, you're not a professional investigator.
Yeah, there's always a
You're
reason.
not a trained investigator.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was no reason to separate us.
Yes, there is. It's a big reason to separate
I
you.
was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Try this again. Was anybody in that house separate from each other? The family who are witnesses.
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself in it.
Your determination of who the witnesses are, I'm asking you whether the folks in that house were separated
Yeah.
by law enforcement. Or
No, they
were
weren't.
to have discussions about the events.
No.
That's a yes or no question.
No.
At one point, when my wife was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole and Bryon, and then
Yeah.
he left us. Yeah.
Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right? Matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview, correct?
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did,
And he
yes.
accommodated the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Bryon didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same
Pause
time
for a
Trooper Proctor
second.
was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by himself.
Before,
Hey, Gonzo, I know some guy just got murdered, but I got these Pop-Tarts cooking back at the house, bro. You know what I mean? They're cherry flavored, so, can't let them burn. So why don't we do this back at my place?
Yeah.
What is
No,
that?
dude. No, dude. For somebody who's saying they were just shocked about what happened, they might have just, I get that. Somebody might have been dying on their front yard. I get it. But man, for them to have a powwow, it's only for one purpose, right?
Yeah.
Try to get the story straight.
Yep. Yeah.
Right. And cover their bases.
It's just funny how
Listen,
people, like here, if people are like, hey, I got to do this. Why don't you come over to the house? I'll be like, no, call somebody to take care of your kids. We're going to do this interview right here, right now.
right now.
We're rolling
Yep.
tape. We
Yep.
have a homicide here. Yeah. Sorry about your children. They're going to have to wait. You get a babysitter, family, something like that, friend, whatever. But
Timing is crucial. You have to get them right when it's happened. Listen, I'm sorry for what happened to your family, but we need to talk.
correct. Yeah. Remember everyone's seen the first 48?
Yep. We need to talk right now.
There you
Got to
go.
get that story locked in.
Roll it.
Trooper Proctor did the interview.
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when
Well,
he arrived.
you testified in
It's your house.
Yes.
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car. They followed you over to your house before
Yeah.
Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Bryon was in the house for the interview.
Thank you.
He had to,
You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days, weeks, months, but literally for years. Most specifically, Kerry Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Just before Kerry Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case, you were with her, weren't you?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
of course.
Remember being at the grand jury
Yes.
and testifying at the grand jury?
Yes,
Yes.
the one back in
April.
April. Yes. Yes. Yeah, it sounds about right. Yeah.
You remember being there in Nancy room? Some other folks?
What's an anteroom?
Nancy room, the waiting room?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
You remember Kerry Roberts being with you in that exact same ante room?
Yes.
And right before. Correct.
I believe so. Yes.
The answer to the question? Yep. Just before she testified at the grand jury, she was the first formal under oath testimony she ever gave. Is that right?
Yes.
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
We did the timeline right after John had passed.
But
She
he did.
testified, the answer is she testified after the timeline was created, correct?
Yes.
We need
Brian
to,
Albert and his family had a dog.
we need to know what to say.
2022, did they not?
Yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe,
What kind of dog was Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog,
Yeah, good sized dog. Yeah.
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog though.
No,
Full-size German
It's a
Shepherd.
full size.
Yeah, full size German Shepherd.
Yep.
Going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so. You indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Bryon Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes.
Doors
There's
unlocked.
been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:40, and there was still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running.
30 minutes.
Relative chaos. Then, somebody said,
Yeah.
correct?
It was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind there, you know. A lot.
Whatever.
To the side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Your first responders in the front,
Yes.
Bryon was-
Yes, she was.
and Robert, you back there,
Yes.
shut the cloud up, right?
Yes.
Then at 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door, the unlocked front door of Bryon Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Bryon Albert's house?
And Bryon Albert, yes, I'm sorry.
You then
Try to clear that up.
from the bedrooms, correct?
Yes.
You walked into the bedroom door where Bryon Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
Yes.
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Traumatic. Remember, she was traumatic.
Quiet.
Explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and
Shock
I
and
was kind
power.
of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're gonna be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Yep, some did.
Terrible.
Hey,
Yeah.
pause it, Steve. Pause it, Steve.
Pause.
You didn't walk up and just nudge me and say,
Shh.
Does she strike you as the person that would come in nice and quietly because she doesn't want to disturb or scare some people? I think she'd open up from the front door and say, "Hey, get your
know.
ass down here!" Right?
I know. That's what I would do. Run through that. First off, why is their front door open? It's unlocked, I guess. All right. I guess
But
that's cool.
I'm willing to bet that they were watching from a distance, away from the window, seeing what was happening. They weren't asleep.
Right, right.
There's no
Yeah, come
freaking
through
way
that
they're
door,
going to sleep.
Screaming, yelling. There's a dead cop out front. You guys, wake up. You wake. I mean, what is she gonna do? Walk up and be like,
Yeah, especially with Chloe. Apparently, Chloe barks at anything that makes a noise. So you've got ambulances and cars and people out there screaming and shelling. That dog's gonna be barking.
yeah, diesel engines. Come on, you got the lights. Yeah, come on. It's hard to say. I didn't see or hear any of that. It would be very hard to say that. All right, Steve.
I'm not buying it.
Yep, me neither. Badoosh.
No, I was like, Bryon, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
that. You were saying it not voice either. You were saying, run, Nicole. Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was.
Well, you want to wake them up, yeah?
Definitely like trying to wake them up. Yes.
Yeah.
The dog's reaction.
I don't recall seeing the dog.
So,
Where was
according
Chloe?
to you, to the dog at least, you get in the mind of the dog, a relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs, the house is completely dark, walks into a bedroom door, and starts barking. The person starts barking, "Get up, wake up, Bryon, Nicole." And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all. Objection.
Sustained.
Of course.
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't
Mm-hmm.
reactive.
She didn't.
You don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Bryon Gonzo's room.
Yeah.
Correct?
Pulls on my face.
It may, I don't know for sure.
He said he does. Brian already said it.
You don't remember the dog being there because the dog wasn't there, was it?
Sleeps at the foot of his bed or in a closet.
I don't remember the dog.
So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, you didn't see the dog?
No.
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
No.
That's because he got that dog out of
No.
it. No, Steve?
Hey, Brian, remember this question.
No dog.
I don't remember seeing the
I
dog.
realize that. Dog or no dog?
Is that question?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think Bev isn't allowing? We know why. Because it was a shit show.
Because it's very damaging to their case. It's extremely damaging to their case. Like, so damaging, she's like, I can't let any of this shit in because y'all violated policy from day one. Matter of fact, there's probably about 10 new policies with everybody's name written on it.
Yeah.
So that's why. Yeah, they failed every policy and procedure.
Yep. Roll it.
I don't remember seeing the dog. Doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember
It
seeing
would
it.
have barked at you, though.
No dog.
Jen?
You barked, correct?
It's filled in the pool. Might be. Might be.
Hear or see a dog scratching at the door?
No.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40.
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of
Oh.
the
Have you ever
dog.
heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert or anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers. Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers? Okay. You know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs is what I knew. So I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly.
A little bit. A little bit.
She knows.
Thank you, Your Honor.
A little bit.
If you could remind the jurors, in your memory, who was the last person to leave the house 34 on January 2nd?
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you. At some point, we've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is open and there's a storm door that's all glass that is closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that sounds
So it's a storm door.
Can we take one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second. Can we take one more glance?
Looks like Justice Jane's piping in the chat there.
Thank
One
you.
more point of reference. Repeat, please, show the jurors where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is in that photograph.
Sure, it's right there.
Upper left window, uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, bro.
Yes.
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle or SUV directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted clocked that SUV being there?
First time.
The first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
You first looked out that window and saw, or looked out the door and saw the SUV. What time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
The time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23.
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time?
Hey, Steve, pause it for a sec. For some reason, when you paused Bryan's audio, I have no audio back to me. All right. Let's take a moment here. Yeah, let's take a moment here to welcome all the viewers that are catching this live channel with us, Bryon.
Yep.
And they're all over the country and all over the world too. We really do appreciate that.
Yep. Welcome everybody, all you new subscribers or new, even if you're just watching for the first time, it's all good.
Yeah.
We're going to be discussing Jen McCabe here for a while. So yes, for everyone that's asking, we did do the first trial. If you go back on our channel and our catalog, we have a lot of videos, a whole lot of videos.
Yeah. So. Yep. So I think what we need to do is, if we need to take a potty break, we'll leave the, you have to take your mic off, because when Steve mutes it, it mutes the whole audio for everybody.
Okay.
So either you hold your, or you better hold your water, Bryon.
I'm going to leave my mic on. It's okay. People can hear me use the bathroom. It's okay. Not a big deal.
All right. There's some good questions out there that the chat's bringing up too, and I'm trying to get them. So
You guys have sound now, right? Because I see people saying
Yeah. So, all right, let's roll.
Roll it.
Yes,
You know what vehicle that is?
I do. Yes,
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
it's Ryan Nagels.
New Jersey, let's go.
On the truck.
I believe he has a truck.
So what you're describing is you looked out the window, you saw the street's SUV directly in front of you.
Oh.
Right behind that, in line,
Scotland.
was Bryon Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Higgins' truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly saw Miss Reed's car and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention or like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Higgins' truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, but what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message.
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a recipient witness in this case, correct?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Bonnie, he's in the house. This was vehicle here, correct?
Correct.
He was in the house when you were looking at him.
Correct.
He was in the house when they came home and saw that.
Correct.
She's there. It's inside the house. The very time they talked,
Yes.
she went outside at some point to talk to her outside the house. Right behind the SUV you're describing as the street's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You knew all this when you asked for the screenshot. You knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened
I
outside
didn't
is
ask you if you had
different.
involvement.
Let her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish the answer.
I didn't. What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again. You knew all of that information, that Julie Nagle was a recipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside the 34 Fairview, when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information
Yeah.
with other witnesses in this case,
Yeah.
correct?
No, that is not correct.
You were you ever advised
But
by
it
Michael
is.
Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay.
He should have.
If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean he should have
Indeed,
told
once
you
you
that.
got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second. When you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction of your phone.
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
Of course, that's how we know.
Her demeanor just changed.
Screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information,
Yeah.
for your own personal coordination, correct? Of what happened that night.
What are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagle's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagle
Yeah.
pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
Yeah, he doesn't care what you saw with the time.
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
There's a lot of people here from California. Do you know the only thing that was good that came out of California was, Brian?
What's that?
The Oakland Raiders.
I do. I should have known. They got good oranges, right? Or is that Florida? California's got good oranges. Well, to us, the evidence is leading towards Karen is not guilty. Look, if you think she's guilty, that's fine too. We don't get mad at you. Everyone's allowed to have their opinion. To us, the evidence leads away from Karen more towards just a crappy investigation and the cops not being so honest.
Yeah, and that's what really put this case in. That's what really put this case in the bad light was the evidence and how it was collected.
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't really refresh.
So it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
Is that
Yes, that's what I said.
that was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection.
That was her answer. Next question.
Pause it, pause this pause it. Jesus Christ.
What?
Pause this mofo. Gonzo's getting upset. Oh, he's rubbing the head. That's not good.
Bro. I need, babe, give me some heart medicine right now. I'm telling you, Brian, this Bev is pissing me off, dude.
I know, man. I know. It angers you. It angers me. It sucks, man. And she's going to do this the whole trial. Objection sustained. But next question. She doesn't even, there's no follow-up. There's no explanation. There's no nothing. It's just, let's get this done. I got shit to do, it seems like.
When Brennan was raking Wolf over the coals, she was like this, just letting it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Let it happen, right?
He was allowed to ask anything he wanted.
Here, there's nothing that Action Jackson can say that doesn't have either Brennan objection, or Bev saying, move along, next question. Yeah, she answered it. Question. How do you know she answered the question? Are you the freaking defense attorney?
Well, unless she knows what she's going to say or what she's supposed to say. I don't know.
I'm pissed. Let's roll.
I was going to say, did you freeze up? You're just sitting there staring into the mic. Gonzo's getting upset. Gonzo's getting angry. Usually it's me getting angry. Gonzo's getting upset. Hey, I don't know what's going on here. Take it easy.
Exactly, Scott.
Yeah. Anger, and it's hard for me to sit still for a long time. I'm a fidgeter, you know. Was she gonna sit here and read this thing forever?
Yeah, she does, dude.
You squeeze the duck. No, it's a star. Yeah, I got it when I used to donate plasma, and it comes in handy. I always saved it because I know I fidget. So, and ever since this case, when I'm watching stuff, you guys usually don't see it. I get angry. This helps.
That conversation.
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time.
Correct.
Mhm.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And
Thank you.
That was attended to a screenshot.
10 minutes for that.
Yes.
And that time was what?
Do you remember?
Okay.
You just looked at it.
I was reading everything. I
So
know
the,
do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper.
That's the whole point. He gave you the paper. Look at the time.
next question.
This does not much list of times that was reflected on the sheet.
Oh,
I can read the time, but in my memory.
I fucking read it.
Sorry.
That's refreshing recollection as you sit here and read this. That's the time that's reflected on that screenshot.
Yes.
I remember. I don't. Sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did have a screenshot from mistake, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right? What's time?
Just that question. Screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here. Yes.
Make it
Yeah. So I something.
And the screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived. It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel. saying,
Oh my gosh.
Yes, I've arrived at-"
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to
Come on.
arrive home, and she had asked for it. Is that right?
Oh, of course.
Did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it.
Okay.
Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
At what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside,
When she walked out and then came back inside.
soon after she went out, she talked to her brother. She came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Yeah.
12:15, 12:30, 12:45.
Well, according to whoever would have had to.
Not recorded. Not recorded.
Do you have an independent recollection of the, not down to the minute, about what time that was?
Could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch.
Come on, girl, spit that shit out.
That's not from my memory.
Was it dark, light?
I know what I've seen.
You did see both triangle truck and mystery SUV in front of the house.
What's going on over here?
Correct?
I saw his light in my peripheral vision.
The light attached to what?
What's going on?
What's that noise? What happened?
I think Jen's giving us the Maloik. I think that's what it is. I think we're dealing with some paranormal stuff here, guys. Jen's pretty powerful. She's reaching out from the dark side.
What happened?
I don't know.
Do you hear an echo, G?
No, I was hearing a high pitched noise,
Yeah, there
like a
was,
dog whistle.
Like a dog whistle.
but I didn't change anything.
Maybe they're trying to infiltrate us. Maybe it's Chloe. Trying to reach Chloe.
All right. Let me play this.
And you're indicating that, to be clear about this,
Can you hear that, Chief?
as you're looking out
Yeah.
the window, going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higginson's,
It's Jen's whistle.
then behind space, and then Mr. Nate's truck. behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I don't remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the
Curse of the Jen.
car, and then I went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that the perception was the street's car, the Jeep, a space?
Hometown girl.
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
But there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Bryon Hagen's Jeep was between Bryon Hagen's truck and the street's Jeep.
I know that Miss Reed's vehicle was here, and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here. I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask the question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something in his truck and where he's out. What you're looking at, you have a small mobile is the street's truck. Or SUV. Just behind as you left, as you're looking at it, so it is a Jeep, correct? And behind that, is the Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep getting between the truck and the SUV.
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where is the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it.
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, and went back to the table.
Okay. I'm asking for the slot. Go down on the slot.
Okay.
You saw right there in front. Then you saw the Jeep. Then you saw the street's SUV. Correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that yes must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the line of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so one more question.
Which was the Jeep? Was it part of the SUV? Was it the truck? Which one was it?
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights, and then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're gonna break for lunch.
All right, we're breaking for lunch.
Okay, hope you had your sandwich.
Quick lunch, people.
Your patient.
Hope you enjoyed your lunch.
Jackson.
We're back already.
Ms. McCabe, you first saw Ms. Reed's SUV pull up very shortly thereafter. You sent a text to John O'Keefe, correct?
I walked to the door, saw the car, and that's when I sent him a text. Yes.
Right. So you walked up to the door, saw the SUV outside, and then texted him something at that, basically while you're standing before.
I believe so. Yes.
What did you text him?
Here?
That was, do you remember the time?
I don't know.
I'm good with times.
Recollection, if you look at a series of text messages contained in a Celebrate
Yeah.
report, I think you've seen this before.
Sure.
May I approach on it?
Yes.
E-man. She does. Nice.
Let me ask one foundational question.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you about a series of text messages. It's not a memory contest in terms of the timing. I'm going to ask you about probably 5 or so. All of those purport to be contained in here. Do you remember the times of those 5 texts?
I don't off the top of my head.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at all those in one fell swoop as you look at this document? So I don't have to go back and forth.
Are these in evidence?
This is not in evidence to my knowledge. Not yet.
Would it help you to remember? Yeah.
Thank you, Debbie.
Why don't you bring it to us?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind, take a look at the tab. Stop that hold up. Yes. Take a look at the tab. Very chronological order and see if that refreshes your recollection about the time and content of text messages that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe those early morning, that early morning, January 29th.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You may approach.
I'm not gonna have to remember the exact times of all 5, am I? Okay. Thank you.
That would be much, wouldn't it, Jen?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see a text on here that was consistent with your memory that you texted here.
Yes.
And was that at 12:14? I'm sorry, at 12:27 a.m.
I don't know exactly. I'm assuming if it's on that paper.
I may have just one room.
I can hear you guys whisper.
Where's the console timer for just a minute?
May I?
Yes.
Your Honor, off the following stipulation at 12:14:27 on January 29th, 2022. Text message from Jen McCabe to, I'm sorry, text message from John O'Keefe's phone to Jen McCabe's phone, where to? At 12:20, all these are on January 29th, 2022. At 12:27:33. Jeff McCabe's phone, John O'Keefe's phone. Here, exclamation point, question mark. Same date, 12:31 and 47 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone.
Are you guys hearing the audio?
Same date, 12:40 and 31 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. 12:42 and 9 seconds. Text message from Jeff McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Where are the letter U?
Okay.
Finally, 12:45 and 63 seconds from Jeff McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. Going off the stipulation that those are correct times and dates and contents and text messages between John O'Keefe's phone and Jen McCabe's phone on January 29th, 2022.
All right. And that's what you're agreeing to, Mr. Brennan.
Hey, pause it for a sec, Steve.
All right, folks. So I told you yesterday about the stipulation.
I don't know what's up with the audio. It's all cracky.
Is it?
Yeah.
Steve's going to check something real quick. Yeah, it sounds good over here, but it's coming out of this computer. So
You're right now.
But
You're delayed. Everything's delayed. When you talk, it doesn't come over until you're done talking. It's delayed.
really, okay. We didn't touch anything. What is it? The audio is slurring.
I think we had too much to drink.
Sir, a delay on.
Looks like there's a delay on your guys' end.
Hang on.
Steve's messing with stuff over here. Whatever that is.
How about now?
Good? Better?
A little bit.
A little bit? All right.
See, Freddie knows.
All right. Well,
You need a direct
We got a
feed
long
to your
time.
interface.
I can't hear. I can't hear him now. What happened?
Gee, you disappeared now. Why don't we always get gremlins whenever we do a live? We always get the gremlins. It's so weird. Everybody else's lives seem to run nice and smooth. Ours?
Gee, say something.
Yo, yo, yo.
Where's that coming out?
iPhone.
Oh, hang on.
So let me ask you this, Brian. All your neighbors know that you're a cop, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mine as well. So when something happens and I'm home, guess whose phone's ringing?
Yours?
Right, because they want to know what's going on. Hey, there's a helicopter flying over our neighborhood. What's going on?
Yep.
Right?
Yep. Mine do the same thing.
So can you imagine Brian Albert's phone ringing when all those ambulances are arriving at his front yard.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, man. Again, it was strategic. You know, he didn't want to come out. He couldn't come out. He let them in the foyer, right, a little bit after, and that was it. He wasn't letting them into the house, and he wasn't coming out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
It was strategic on his part, and it worked.
Well, yeah.
It worked. Because had they got into that house and done a premise freeze, swept the house and done a premise freeze is what they should have done, it would be a completely different case right now.
Yeah.
But there's a reason that he did not let them in.
Yep.
They weren't going past that foyer. And me and G have talked about this on the channel before. If that would have been him and I, we would have gone into that house. I would have left him to talk to the people, and I would have cleared that house myself. I would have went from room to room. I'm just looking for people. I'm looking for somebody who might be injured, right? Because I have an injured officer who's clinging to life out front. I'm looking for other injured people, looking for maybe a suspect. They might be hiding him. Who knows? It might be a family dispute, a domestic, and that now the guy who did do it is inside hiding. Who knows?
Well, you got to go
in, check.
You got to go with what the information is given to you, right? Hey, we were here at a house party. What house? That house right there. Let's go do a safety sweep, right?
Yep.
We see something that doesn't look right. We freeze it. We put everybody else in cars, separate everybody, put a cop on each one until the detective can go through and interview each one of them.
Yep. Spot on. Yep.
Take their phones away.
Yep. Take the phones away. Get them on tape. Get them on a statement. Boom. All right. We good? Let's give it a try, folks.
All right.
Let's see where we're at.
Can I talk about something about one? This is similar. So we just heard both lawyers agree that that's information contained in a celebrated report.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue?
Yes.
At some point, you indicated that, and by the way, Ms. McCabe, at 12:27, it's now been stipulated to, you texted a single word, here, exclamation point, question mark, correct?
Yes.
You indicate that you saw the SUV move up after it was in front of the 34 Fairview residence. It moved up some number of feet, correct?
The next time I looked, it was at a different location.
Right. Now, you did not see the white Jeep move from the place that you originally saw it in front of the mailbox, correct?
I never looked at the white Jeep.
But you never saw that move ever.
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Higgins, that Jeep was in the same spot while Mr. Higgins was inside the residence until he left, correct?
That's what I would assume, yes.
Okay. And you never saw
Welcome, Jody.
come back in or anything like that.
I never did, no.
After you, it's fair to say that once you noted that the SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV, was in front of the location, you started paying some attention to it.
I went to the door a few times to look out, yes.
As a matter of fact, in the course of about 19 minutes, you went to the door no fewer than 5 times, correct?
I'm not sure if it was 5.
You indicated previously that for every time you went to the door and saw the SUV, you texted something, which are the text contained in the document that was just stipulated to. Is that right?
I did text 5 times, you are correct.
Okay. So
Anxious she is about getting him there.
it's
Yeah.
fair to say if you texted 5 times, then you went to the door 5 times, if those were associated with one another, you walked up and text something here.
Oh, we got a new member.
Where are you? Those texts, correct?
I remember going to the front door, seeing the car and texting here. When I went to the door the second time, the car had moved out towards the flagpole, and I texted, pull behind me, because I thought, did they not know where to park? Did they think they were at the wrong house?
So my question is this: every time you went to the door, you texted something.
I'm not sure that I did, yes.
Do you remember
I'm not sure that I did,
Do you
sorry.
remember a year ago testifying that every single time you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something?
Am I aware that I said that?
Correct.
Could you show that to me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll show you. We'll show you.
We got it.
We got it. Whatever you need, girl, we got it.
You remember when Mr. Wolf said you have a report to look at, and Brennan didn't even give him nothing.
That's because Dr. Wolf is a stud.
Brainiac.
Oh, yeah.
Let's not talk about Mr. Wolf. The girls are going to get crazy about him again.
The girls, the ladies love Wolf.
Woo!
So she's real anxious about getting him to that house.
Yep.
Right? You're going out looking at the window like crazy, texting, where are you at? That's like some high school boy-girl crap. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Why is she so interested?
Recollection about the issue we just talked about?
I see what's written down, yes.
Okay. Did you testify in answer to the following question? And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted. You indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something. Correct? Answer correct.
I answered correct to that, yes.
So if you looked out, I'm sorry, if you texted 5 times, that's all I'm getting to. You went to the door about 5 times.
I'm not sure. I remember definitely going twice. And again, if I misstated or I said I went 5 times, 4 times, I apologize.
Well, you think this testimony is an error?
Don't apologize for
I'm
telling the
thinking with
truth.
my memory, it was 3 years ago, and I'm thinking that maybe I wasn't clear on that detail of how many times that I went to the door. What I can tell you I'm clear on is that I did
Thank
go
you, Zachary.
twice, and I saw it. I saw it straight ahead. I saw it
Sorry.
at the flagpole, and a third time further up. I cannot say with certainty, with my memory today, that I was up at that door every single time. I'm sorry.
And then,
You were.
and by the way, when you testified, as you just saw,
Mhm.
that was a year ago, correct?
Yes,
A year earlier and a year closer to the event, correct?
yes, it was.
Your memory would have been a little bit fresher then than it is now, a year later.
I don't think I can compare my memory then to now.
You can't compare your memory. Do you think your memory gets better with time or
Some
anything with time?
Never
some
does.
things, unfortunately, I think about every single day. With this case, the trauma of it and what I experienced and went through. And there are
Oh.
some things that I am certain I will never forget. And I know for sure where the car was, and I know for sure I sent those 2 texts. But I apologize if I
Mhm.
misstated. I went up more than I did. I'm just trying to give you what I remember today.
Let's talk about those texts and you looking out the door. You did approach the door and you saw that the vehicle was there the initial time, correct? That's 1.
When I texted here, yes,
And you texted here, exclamation point, question mark. Is that right?
correct.
And you indicated that when you first saw the vehicle, it was straight out ahead of you, in front of the front door, and it was stationary. Is that right?
Yes,
Then you said you went back to the door and you saw that it had moved up, quote, a little bit. Isn't that right?
yes.
Toward the flagpole. Is that right?
Mhm.
Is that the flagpole? Yes.
And when you saw that it moved up toward the flagpole, then you texted it again at 12:40, which has been stipulated to hello. Is that right?
When I start moving up to the flagpole, I believe I texted pull behind me.
So now they're right of the flagpole from the front of the
When
house,
you,
Yep.
or it's still left of the flagpole. 'Cause
Left.
The flagpole is
left.
left. Oh, to the right of the house.
with the second
Right.
time,
Basically, where we pulled up to take our pictures.
Right.
I got the.
So they're right of the mailbox.
12:31:47, which we stipulated to pull behind me. That's when the SUV was up closer to the flagpole, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Then you went yet again at 12:40 and saw the SUV yet again and texted hello.
I'm not-
Hello.
I'm not sure if that was when I texted hello.
But you did see that the SUV had moved again.
Yes.
Now where was it?
At first, it was straight ahead. Then it was at the flagpole, and then it was further up.
Then at 12:42, 2 minutes later, you texted, "Where are you?" Correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, it was still up on the flagpole.
No, I'm not saying that it was still outside.
Where was it?
I'm not sure where the vehicle was.
At 12:45, you texted yet again, "Hello." Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
You indicated that was you texted hello the last time you saw the vehicle. Is that right?
I'm not saying that today, no.
Well, did you say it previously?
In my testimony, did I say that the last time I texted to have that written that I could see?
Just read.
Well, that was your question. I cannot answer that.
So you testified to that. That's the question. Did you testify to that? Here we go. Every single time you went to the door, you texted something. Seeing it in front of you, text something.
That's a summary of maybe the
Did you testify to that?
to what that when I went to the door. Yeah, at different times when I went to the door, I did text. Yeah.
And then you testified as well that you went to the door a final time and saw that the SUV was gone. Correct?
Yes, at one point I did.
And that was just a couple minutes after your last text at 12:45, is that right?
I'm not sure of the time.
As a matter of fact, you testified previously that it was around 12:50 that you last went to the door and noted that the car was completely gone. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that.
You're not sure of that?
No, if you could show me, I'd appreciate it.
Pause it for a sec, Steve.
At some point, did you note that the vehicle?
Why didn't you just go out and get him? You know?
You know why? We know why. We know why. Because he had to come into that house, right? Everything that was going to transpire, it seems, it's still hard to see whether it was like planned or crime of maybe opportunity, right? But
that's exactly what I was going to say. I mean, it's hard to make the determination that, hey, they were at the waterfall. We're going to kill this guy tonight. This is how it's going to happen, right?
So, and then you got to go, what is the reason? What's the motive, right? Why did they have to take out John? So there's only a couple things, right? There's either they were all dirty and he's coming clean, right? Lover's triangle, or he was going to maybe come clean on something else, right? Or he's a loose end.
Or,
right?
Or they were downstairs in the basement, right? And they start arguing about one of the topics that you just brought up.
Right.
Right. And then they just whacked him down there. Not the intent to knock him out, right? Or kill him, right? To unalive him. But things got out of hand and somebody got hit in the back of the head with something blunt. Yeah. And shit moment, right?
So it was either planned, and that's why they wanted him there, right? And Jen didn't, or Karen didn't come in, so they were going to use that as, well, she hit him, right? Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I'm trying to piece it together, but we also have to go logically. You have to go logically. What logically probably happened, right? Is probably what did, right? So, like I said, even if the car hit her, even if Karen did hit him, he wouldn't have sustained those severity of injuries, right? It wouldn't have happened.
I don't think it was planned. I think it was just a spur of the moment, something happened, because if it's planned, you're going to have better stories, better alibis.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And you don't see that.
Right. It could be that we got this opportunity. Now let's do it. But again, it could be also they just wanted to give him a little beating. Didn't mean to kill him, but actually did. But when they found him, though, he had a thready pulse, right? He was barely alive. So, and then they've already said he didn't freeze to death. So obviously he was not out there for that long. He was someplace else that was warm.
Yeah. So, your audio's cracking up again.
Is it? Steve's over here messing around with stuff.
I can't even understand. You're coming like every third word.
What are you doing, Steve? He's over here playing around with stuff. All right. Can we roll it?
No, you're still cracking.
Hang on a second.
Stand by. Standing by.
Here's where did I just see that? Hold on a second here.
Stand by. Sorry for the technical difficulties.
Read this, Bryon.
He was working on an essay project. It goes back to
Sarah Birchmore.
Yeah. Like I said, loose end. Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's something ain't right, and I don't know if we'll ever get 100% the truth, but we'll keep digging until we get damn near close.
Well, I believe that
you know what I mean?
Karen's gonna walk away from this case, but we're never gonna find out what happened to John O'Keefe. I don't think so either. But
you never know. Crazy things happen. What are you doing?
Trying to get the headphones to work.
You ready? Can we play? trying to get his headphones to work. All right,
Let's get to that.
Yes,
we're back.
Around what time was it?
I do not.
Of course you know.
12:45, and before and after.
I'm not sure. I can't give a time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that particular
Yeah.
time last year?
Sure.
She doesn't want to say what she does. For some reason, she doesn't want to say the times.
Locks her in.
Yeah. How's the audio, G? Better?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good.
Yeah, they did get away with Sandra's. Well, they didn't. They almost did.
Yes.
Yeah, that's tough.
Last year, you indicated that you went to the door and saw that the SUV was gone.
It says on the paper that I was asked if after 12:45 it was gone, and I answered correct.
Okay.
I never gave a time.
And that coincides with the last hello that you texted to John's phone, correct?
Again, I don't have that paper in front of me. Is that the
Well, that's the
time?
stipulation. That's what you don't need to worry about. That's been stipulated to your last hello text was at 12:45.
Okay.
Okay. So that coincides, that testimony from last year coincides with your last text message saying hello. You noted that the SUV at that point had gone and left, correct?
Correct.
So if I hear your testimony correctly, you saw the SUV in position 1.
Yes.
There was a text or something. 2. Then you saw it in position 2. You went back to the door and noted that SUV had moved and was now closer to the flagpole, correct?
You've just asked two questions.
It had moved closer to the flagpole.
First question is, you said I saw it, and I said to text her 2. I know I just said 1 here.
Then you saw it a second time,
Correct.
and now it's closer to the flagpole.
Yes, correct.
We'll get to that, sir.
I'm not going to get to the minute of the text. You're texting going on. You're sending text.
I'm sending, yes.
Then you went back to the door a third time and saw that it moved beyond the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
Then, according to your testimony last year, you went back to the door at least a 4th time to see that it was wrong, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so at bare minimum, based on your testimony today, you were at the door, looking out the window, at that portion of the yard right in front of you, and in front of the house, or toward the flagpole, or beyond the flagpole, 4 times, correct?
From last year's testimony,
Yeah.
but what I remember today with certainty is twice.
You need to let
Just
her.
a yes or no question.
Go ahead.
What I remember certainty is looking at it right out front at the flagpole and beyond. I don't remember how many times I went up to the door. I was back and forth.
But according to you, you saw the car in 3 different positions, correct?
Correct.
So that's at least 3 times to the door, correct?
Correct.
And you saw the car wrong.
Correct.
3 plus 1 is 4.
Correct.
So the next turn, you went to the door a minimum of 4 times, and it's across the yard. Correct.
Correct.
Steve. Probably. Sorry.
Take your mic off right there.
You look at the storm door every time you
It was dark and snowing, but I could see a vehicle up there, yes.
As a matter of fact, you've indicated that it was a clear view. There was nothing obstructing your vision, correct?
No, there was nothing but the weather conditions.
And you indicated that, and by the way, the blizzard had basically just started. There was a dusting on the ground.
It was snowing, it was accumulating.
But it was early. Early in the storm.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And when asked about whether or not you had a view, well, let me ask you a different way. In terms of your view of the SUV and the distance from the storm door to the SUV to that curb line, there was nothing obstructing your view. You had a clear view of that, a good view of the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the window, I could see the SUV in front of me, yes.
At no time during any of this interaction with the door, meaning going back and forth to the storm door, texting, looking outside, seeing the SUV in position 1, seeing the SUV in position 2, seeing the SUV in position 3, at no time did you hear any noise that was unusual, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No.
You didn't hear any yelling?
No.
No loud voices?
No.
No foul language?
No.
You didn't hear a door slam?
No.
You didn't hear a verbal argument or a fight of any kind?
No.
You didn't hear a revving engine?
No.
You You didn't hear the squealing of tires or the scraping of tires on the pavement?
No.
You didn't hear a collision take place?
No.
Or a crash?
No.
Or screams for help?
No.
Moaning, groaning, as in someone was in distress?
No.
As you looked at the SUV the first time, you've already indicated that you had a clear view straight out the door, right? It's right in front of the upper door. It's not at an angle. Right? You also previously indicated that you saw tire tracks in the road.
Yes.
In that very, very light dusting of snow, the accumulation that you talked about, you saw tire tracks of some sort.
Yes.
So that's down on the ground, beyond the yard, somewhere in the roadway.
Straight. Correct.
You had a good view of those tire tracks as well, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you were able to describe those as sort of almost a wave, I think you once said.
Yeah. Across the street. I could see it because of the street light that was across the street.
Okay, and that presented at least enough illumination based on your view. You can see the tire tracks in the snow.
Yes. Yes.
And you detailed not just the shape of those tire tracks.
Hey, Steve. I think we're losing audio again. Well, technical difficulties. You got the gooch. So listen, what Jackson is doing, he's making her say, look, I could see the tire tracks because of the light from the street light. I could see it in first position, second position, third position, and when it was gone. And she didn't see anybody, or she didn't mention that she saw John O'Keefe on the front yard, right, by the flagpole. It was generally where they found him, flagpole, between flagpole and the fire hydrant. And not once did she say that we saw him there. And if what she's saying that John O'Keefe was hit by Karen Reed's car, he would have been there. She would have saw him. She didn't make any comments whatsoever about that. So who's to say what she's going to say going forward? But right now he's painting a really good picture of her, that she was able to see even the tire tracks, what kind they were. So if you can see that kind of detail, you should be able to see a 6'2", 240-pound guy laying on the yard. Am I imagining things? Am I seeing things? I don't know. Whoa. Mm-hmm. What happened? Everything come out okay, Bryon?
Yes, sir. So are we talking about I heard you talking about Jen saying that there was a guy laying on the ground. Is that what we're
No. When Jackson was getting her to describe the three positions of the SUV, and that she was able to even see the tire tracks because of illumination, but she didn't see no body or make a statement that there was a body there.
Gotcha.
So that timeline would be right when Karen Reed allegedly hit John O'Keefe.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, we have a lot to say about that other part. We'll get to that.
Hopefully.
It's gonna be a minute, people.
No.
Just hang in there, ride-alongs. Hey, you ride-alongs, you're riding along.
I wasn't
Not
looking
always
at the
glorious.
ground. I was just kind of looking like I am at you right
That's not my
now,
question.
straight.
You know that lawn. You've been to that house 100 times, 500 times. There's no ditches or berms or hills or mountains on that lawn. It's just a flat lawn, right?
I guess you could categorize it as flat, yeah.
Can we take a look?
It is storming here in Vegas too. The clouds came in. It's windy as hell. It's pouring rain. It's storming. So That might be a little bit of why our connection's not all that great.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Right,
Yes.
Steve, back me up. Back me up, man. It's not Steve's fault. It's climate change.
That was great, but nobody's saying anything.
Yeah. That's why it sounded great.
Can you take a look at that
Sure.
photograph for a quick second? Tell me if you recognize it.
Did we mention Jackson's
I do,
beard?
yes.
What do you recognize that as being?
34 Fairview.
That's the same photograph with just a little modification on it that you saw a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be marked as identification.
Okay.
Wish to publish?
Not for identification, no.
I'm happy to read it as,
Your Honor, if I may, if it's marked for identification, I wouldn't object to showing it.
Okay. All right.
It's a chalk at this point.
Okay.
may I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilkie, you may, there you go. Thank you.
Nice house.
Needs to work on his
What's depicted in
yard.
that photograph?
34 Fairview.
Do you see the front door that you went in?
I do, yes.
Can you point it out for the jurors, please?
Sure. Right there.
Like one of our
The
golf
one with
courses
the
here in
brick
Vegas,
steps
that
leading
one,
up to it.
Henderson Legacy.
Yes.
Now, with this perspective, can you point out the side door?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
That looks like a screen door just to the right of the hedges.
Yes.
With that perspective, can you point out the garage door?
That's cool.
Or that one. Sorry.
That's just to the right of the window inside that recess of the home?
Yes.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately depict the lawn as it was on January 28th, 29th, other than the fact that it's different weather?
Right.
The shape of the lawn?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Put that down, Mr. Wilkie.
It's $1 million house.
So what was that marked
Yeah.
as, Madam Court Reporter?
Yeah, most of the houses in that area were 7, 8,
Your Honor, I would ask
900,000.
to move that in evidence. If we need to take a minute on that, I'm happy to, but that is my request.
At least nowadays.
Is there an issue?
Yeah.
No, I won't object.
Okay.
Chloe probably ripped up the front.
Thank you, Your Honor.
My those.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
The first time you looked out over that lawn to the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe, did you?
No, I did not.
He was not outside that SUV.
No.
He was not standing or sitting.
Not that I saw.
He certainly wasn't on the ground, was he?
Not that I saw.
The second time you looked out and saw the SUV, now the SUV is more toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And you had a clear field of view between you standing at that door and the SUV. You already described that view, correct?
I can see the SUV, correct.
Correct. And you could see everything in front of the SUV as well, couldn't you?
I just would go to the door and look at the SUV. I wasn't taking in all the surroundings of.
Right. But just like you weren't taking in the surroundings, specifically looking at the tire tracks, when you saw the SUV standing or sitting right in front of you, you saw the, through your peripheral vision, the tire tracks.
Yes, and that's lighted where around the SUV was very dark.
I haven't asked you about lighting yet. We'll get to that.
I'm sorry.
Tire tracks, even though you weren't looking for tire tracks, right?
Yes, I did.
Something stood out to you in your peripheral vision. Just looking out, and there they are.
Yes, absolutely.
That second time you looked directly at the SUV with no obstruction between you and the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the SUV.
No,
He wasn't sitting down.
no,
He wasn't lying down.
no,
You certainly did not see his body in the snow toward that flagpole.
no.
And you would have been looking directly toward that flagpole, correct? Directly.
I was looking at the vehicle.
Directly toward the flagpole, Ms.
Up
McCabe.
to your right, just a little bit.
I was looking in the direction of the flagpole
Right.
at the vehicle. Yes.
Right. And you saw
Answer
no
the
body in
question.
the snow, did you?
Yeah.
I
John's
didn't
body was
look
right
for a
there.
body in the snow.
I didn't ask you if you looked for one. You weren't
You would've
looking
seen
for
one.
tire tracks either, were you?
No.
You saw those.
I did see those, yes.
And you did not see a body in the snow.
No, I did not.
John O'Keefe, 6'2", 216 pounds, brawny guy, big boy, right?
I don't think I'd refer to him as a big boy, but he was tall, yes.
All right. You certainly didn't see him
6'2",
prostrate
220 is a pretty big
in the
boy.
snow the way you found him the next morning, correct? Later that morning,
I didn't see anything on the ground, no.
correct?
Correct.
The third time you looked out toward that SUV, it's still in the direction of the flagpole, but a little further up, a little deeper to the right, correct?
Yes.
Again, looking directly in the direction, at least, of the flagpole and that area of the yard, you were looking beyond that to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the vehicle?
I did not, no.
He was not sitting outside the vehicle,
No.
and he certainly wasn't lying on the ground, was he?
I didn't see him.
And the last time you looked out, Miss McCabe, this is now 12:45 or so, the last time you looked out, the SUV was gone. Is that right?
Yes.
But you were still looking in that direction because that's the last place you saw the SUV. Is that right?
I looked out the window like this. I wasn't searching anywhere, but just glanced out the window, and I didn't see it.
I'm just asking you
You're
direction.
not a cyborg, lady.
You were searching.
You have peripheral vision.
My question is, were you looking toward the area where you last saw the SUV around 12:45 a.m.?
Yes.
That would be directly across the lawn, directly past the flagpole, and directly into the street where you last saw the SUV, correct?
I glanced out, yes, correct.
And the same way you glanced out at the SUV, to use your words, glanced out and saw the tire tracks, right?
Correct, yes.
But you did not see John O'Keefe standing on the lawn.
No.
You did not see him sitting on the lawn.
No.
And you certainly did not see his body lying on the lawn, did you?
No. No, I did not.
Hey, Steve, pause it.
Because he was my friend and I would have helped him. But I was in
Ultimately,
shock and
you-
high.
Can we take a minute to give Alan Jackson a little,
Golf clap.
because he just hung her to dry, son. Right?
Yeah.
He just hung her out to dry. He wasn't standing. Nope. He wasn't sitting. Nope. He wasn't lying. Nope. But you definitely saw the tire tracks, which are about 2 inches in height.
Yeah. See, you saw tire tracks, but you didn't see a body.
That's exactly what the jury's doing. Way to go, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah.
Let's rock and roll. Roll it, Steve-O.
Left the location that night, the gathering, at 34 Fairview. Is that right? You didn't spend the night there?
No, I went home.
About what time was it that you left the location?
Approximately, it was after 1:30.
She knows that time.
Approximately 1:30, 1:45.
Yeah.
So this is maybe an hour later, later than what we've just been discussing.
Yes.
Seeing the SUV. Who did you leave with?
I left with my husband, Matt, and Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
Who was driving?
Sorry, my husband, Matt, was driving.
And where was Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel sitting in that SUV?
They were in the back seat.
By the way, what kind of SUV were you in that night?
A Yukon.
Four-door,
yeah,
extended
big-
seating?
Yes.
Yeah, SUV. Nice, they're nice.
When the SUV pulled out in the drive, it was in the driveway?
Yes.
When the SUV backed out of the driveway, doing a three-point turn, backed out of the driveway, did it go toward Chapman or did it go toward Cedar Crest?
It went towards Chapman.
So as you backed out of the driveway, you would have been heading toward the flagpole side of the property rather than back toward the driveway side of the property, correct?
Correct.
You would have driven directly adjacent to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later discovered at 6:04, 6:03 a.m., correct?
Yes, correct.
You were seated in the passenger seat of the vehicle, not the driver's seat.
Correct.
You were seated in the front of the vehicle, not the back seat.
Correct.
You would have been closest to the yard as y'all drove past, correct?
Correct.
That's a newer model Yukon. I'm assuming that the headlights automatically turn on at night?
Yes.
So the headlights were illuminated?
Yes.
Did your husband, Matt, did he turn on the brights? Or did he leave the beams on low? Or do you know?
I don't know.
But certainly the area in front of that SUV, that Yukon, was well lit.
The lights were on, yes.
LED, real
You
bright.
did not see anything out of the ordinary as you drove right by that location, did you?
I was looking in the back seat when we were
Of course
driving.
you were. Of course
Did
you
you
were.
see anything out of the ordinary on that lawn as you drove by in that SUV?
No, because I wasn't looking at the lawn.
You certainly did not see John O'Keefe dressed in dark clothing laying prostrate in the lawn.
No, I did not.
You said that you were turned around talking to the other young ladies in the SUV, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson. Is that right?
Yes.
That does happen. But usually that happens
You
after
indicated
everyone's
that you were
buckled and
engaged
the
with them
ride
about a
started.
conversation having to do with bread and maybe peanut
Not
butter
in the
or
drive.
something.
Yes.
You didn't, as you passed by that location adjacent to where John's body was later discovered, you didn't hear Julie Nagel say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
You didn't hear Sarah Levinson say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
And according to you, you were turned around, directly engaged with both these young ladies as you passed by that area where John's body was later discovered. Is that right?
When we pulled out, I turned around and I was talking to them about the bread and the peanut butter. I'm not sure exactly where we were driving, but it was when we pulled out.
Hey,
Yes.
that was good
You
bread and
certainly
peanut
never
butter.
heard anybody say anything like,
We need to
what
discuss
was
this.
that, or anything close to that.
No, I didn't.
I'd like to turn your attention to your arrival back at 34 Fairview just after 6 a.m. the next morning. You indicate that the visibility was relatively poor and that you could not see John O'Keefe on that lawn from your perspective, correct?
The visibility was extremely poor, and no, I could not see him.
You were in the front seat, passenger side.
Yes, I was.
It was Karen Reed who actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, jumped out of the car, and began attending to him immediately, correct?
Karen got out of the car and ran to John O'Keefe.
And you stayed
Clearly
by the
she's-
car, and Miss Roberts ran over to assist Miss Reed in giving first aid to, at least initially, to Mr. O'Keefe. Is that right?
No, that is not. Carrie got out and walked over, and then I got out and walked over.
Walked over.
You indicated that well, let me ask a different question. Yesterday, you testified in pretty significant detail that when you got out of the car, you could not see anything even close to the flagpole, correct?
Visibility was very bad, yes.
Matter of fact, you used the word whiteout conditions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Whiteout conditions, you basically can't see your hand in front of your face.
I wouldn't say that extreme, but
look
I
like it was
used
snowing that
whiteout
bad.
as there's
But
just
we
snow
weren't there.
coming at you.
I don't know
You were
about
asked,
light.
specifically asked by Mr. Brennan, how close did you have to get before you could actually see anything of note where Miss Reed had gone? Is that right?
Yes,
You testified yesterday that you could see just merely shadowy figures of Miss Reed and Carrie Roberts, and it wasn't until you got very close over to them that you could see John, in your words.
correct.
Karen's
As a matter of fact, you followed that up by saying that that was the first moment, once you got basically on top of them, that was the first moment that you realized that it was John, that there was a body on the ground, correct?
I said as I got close to them, I don't think on top of them.
Fair enough. It's my words, not yours. You did say, quote, very close to them, correct?
I'd have to see it, but
Well, you just
It was
testified to
when-
it yesterday.
He's not supposed to be very close.
You remember saying, I did get very close.
9 feet.
I know I said I had got very close to them or close to them, something like that,
Okay.
yes.
I don't have a transcript of yesterday's testimony, I'm sorry. Last year, you testified to something very different than that, though, didn't you?
No,
Let's see.
Isn't it true that last year you testified that you got out on the passenger side of the vehicle, which is, we'll agree, the furthest side from the lawn, as Ms. Roberts was driving from Chapman toward Crestview? Cedar Crest, correct?
Flagpole will be on
Yes.
the left.
You testified that you were on the passenger side, and as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that Karen Reed was already at John. Is that right?
As I got out and walked around the back of the vehicle, the shadowy figure of Karen had already gotten onto something.
You further testified that as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that she straddled John, lifted up his shirt, lifted up her shirt, and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and said she started removing snow from John's face. Correct?
Do I have the page and line number?
Where are you,
Sure.
Mr. Jackson?
May 17, 2024, RT 114, lines 14 to bottom, onto 115, line 4. Is that how you testified last year?
I'm sorry, would you mind just repeating it?
Sure.
Thank you.
You testified in substance that you were on the passenger side of the vehicle, and as you got out, quote, as I got out, end quote, she, Miss Reed, was already at John. You indicated that you saw her straddle him, lift up his shirt, lift up her shirt, and lay on top of him while Miss Roberts went over and removed snow from his face. That's how you testified last year, correct?
Exact.
Can't change your testimony.
Is that how you
Yep.
testified last year?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I know.
Next question.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were looking at a copy of your testimony from last year?
That was your testimony,
I
girl.
don't think looking at it would refresh my memory. I know I might have used different words, but the bottom line is I got out of the car, went behind the car, went over, and Karen had done that.
Okay, I'm asking you
Okay.
to refresh your, if you don't have a good recollection of how you testified last year under oath, sitting on that witness stand. I'm asking you to think of refresh your recollection to see your transcript.
Oh, he's away from the mic.
I don't need to see my transcript. I know what I know, and I know what I remember.
Pause
So
it, Steve. No, you don't. No, you don't know what you know. Because you just said that your testimony was
whether I said it was
different.
as we're fighting over silly words, whether I said it as I got out of the car, we were there.
Words matter.
Pause it.
Oh my God. He's like, we're fighting over words. Yeah, words matter.
Matter, exactly.
Words matter, people.
Absolutely.
So now she's basically trying to say, well, that testimony is wrong. What I'm saying now is proper. No,
No,
that's not the way it works. That's not the way it works.
your testimony is more accurate a year ago than it is now.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're trying to say, what? I need these? I hate headphones. Hello? The fact that she's trying to say,
I know what I
These
said.
things. Yeah, the fact that she's trying to say it's different now. Yeah, it's total BS, man. It's total BS.
Yeah, and she's trying to play to the jury that, hey, no, I know what I said,
Right.
so I don't need to look at the report. You know why she doesn't want to look at the report? Because it's going to make her look like shit again.
Because the report's different from what she's saying now.
Right.
So she's like, well, that report's wrong. No, it's not. That's what
So
I
you mean
always
you?
said.
So you mean you lied in the
Yeah,
previous
well-
statement?
Well, and that's what when everyone was asking us about, this trial, the testimony and evidence doesn't change.
Yeah.
So, and now she's literally trying to change it, and you can't do that. And I hope it comes back to bite her.
It will. It will if Brennan and Bev allow it, right? Because she already said Bev said next question, but I don't think Jackson changed the question.
No.
So let's roll it.
All right. Let's see.
Okay, so remember, Mr. Jackson, no comment. It's Ms.
you're good.
How you answer his questions.
Okay.
Do you remember exactly how it is that you testified last year?
I do not know.
Should. You should.
Yeah.
You should absolutely remember what you just said last year, especially in a case like this, the biggest case of your life.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Bev's just out of line with a lot of the stuff that she says.
Yeah. Notice how Jen's being really nice, very polite.
Yep.
Am I yelling? Am I speaking too loud? It's weird with these headphones.
King John.
What? Oh, you're reading the chat? You Bryon does not buy the BS. No, I don't. No, I do not.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
She did get some good coaching. Stimpy.
Yeah. Yep.
Stimpy.
Yep.
Stimpy.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to how you testified in substance last year?
I see what it says I said, but it's a little bit different than what you stated.
Okay, then let's walk through that. Did you indicate last year that as you got out of the vehicle, that's when you could see what Ms. Reed was doing with John O'Keefe, down to the detail of pulling her shirt up and pulling his shirt up to try to go skin to skin?
I object.
Why don't I see it sidebar? Why don't you bring it to Mr. Jackson, please?
Hey, pause for 1 sec, Steve.
Is it true that you had the
Did you see when she said, I see what I said, but it's just a little bit different, right? And then she looked at Brennan and said, and Bev said, I'm going to allow it. Did you see her eye roll? It's oh God. Well, we're going to go through it and see what happens. And she's like, oh shit, I'm dead. That's why Brennan said, we need to have sidebar because this is going to blow my shit up right now.
Oh, okay.
So, hey, Steve, can you go back like 5 seconds maybe so Bryon can see that? Okay, fast forward then. Let's go. Let's go.
following colloquy last year on this subject? Answer, I was on the passenger side, so as I got out, she was already at John. Question, so she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was. Answer, correct. Question, and you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there. Answer, yes. Question, and when she gets over there, what, if anything, could you see at that point? Answer, she straddles John and lifts up his shirt. And then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face. Is that how you testified last year?
Yes, that's how I answered the questions.
Okay. Clearly, you didn't indicate last year that it was whiteout conditions. You could see nothing of the kind, and you had to get, quote unquote, very close to him before you could see anything, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. It's the first word that's problematic, Mr. Johnson.
First word.
Yesterday, you testified that it was whiteout conditions.
It wasn't until we saw the video.
Leave the car, walk all the way over and get, quote unquote, very close to John before you recognized that it was even a body. Is that right?
Yes.
But last year, you testified that you were still at the car and you noted the detail of Karen basically giving life-saving aid to John. You can see that clearly all the way from the car, right?
Karen saw no problem.
Is that what you said, Ms. McCabe?
No.
Let's take a look at what you said.
Is there a reason, Ms. McCabe, that you might wish to improve your testimony this year than last year, over last year, with regard to the distance that you could see Ms. Reed engaged with Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
I got the LASIK.
Yeah, no shit.
I got the
I'm
LASIK.
trying to suggest, or improve your testimony to suggest that you had no idea that there was a body there and nobody reasonably could have even seen the body there as you drove up.
Objection.
Is that what you're trying to say, Ms. Reed?
No.
Ms. McCabe.
Okay.
Mr. Oh,
Can you repeat the question, please?
I'm not sure. I'll give it a shot.
I'm sorry.
it was
To
snowing.
improve your testimony this year over last year to suggest that reasonably nobody could have seen where John was from the car.
I'm not trying to improve my testimony now.
Trying to change your testimony.
Yeah, you're changing it though, girl. You're changing it. And that's the same thing. I mean, it really is.
You claimed on direct examination today, as a matter of fact, that Miss Reed looked at you at the scene and said the phrase, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." She said it 3 times, very distinctly, according to your testimony, correct?
She did, yes.
That was so impactful that it had the effect of putting you in some sort of shock and horror. Is that right?
I was in shock the whole morning, but
Say
that
it,
statement
girl.
definitely was a lot.
I want to hear her
And
say
that's an
shock and
incredibly
horror.
memorable statement for you to have heard and now recount to us in this trial, correct?
Correct.
She won't say it.
Something that you wouldn't easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Something I wouldn't.
Something you would not easily
Correct.
forget or overlook. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
As a matter of fact, some might say it's the centerpiece of your testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
It is. You're the only one who heard him. Your word against hers.
Allegedly.
Why should we believe you. Prove it. Yeah.
Ms. McCabe, you testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, did you not?
I did, yes.
Before you testified, you took an oath, very much like the oath that you took before you testified in this case, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, correct?
Correct.
And that included the whole truth at the state grand jury, correct?
All of it.
Correct.
That was only weeks, several weeks, the weeks after this incident, right? April 26th versus January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct,
Things
yes.
were much fresher in your mind then than they are now.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Especially
Whoa.
something
I
as
would-
momentous as an admission from my client that she hit him.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
That's big.
Would I agree that she said that?
Would you agree
That's
that would be
huge.
fresh in your mind?
Yeah.
Something as momentous as that. You wouldn't forget that.
I will never forget it.
You wouldn't overlook that.
I will never forget it.
You would not
Never.
overlook that either,
You
would
would
you, Ms.
never.
McCabe?
I answer the questions I'm asked.
Can you answer the question that I just asked? You're not
Yeah.
answer my question.
Yeah.
Would you
Let's hear it.
overlook that?
No.
And the reason you wouldn't overlook it is because it was so impactful on you, having heard that. Not once, not twice, 3 times.
Changed her
I
life.
hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Yes.
Notice she looks at the jury every time she says yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
She looks right at the jury. For her, the
Yes.
truth, the truth is a moving target. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know how they say happiness is a moving target?
you.
Take a look at that document.
Truth for her.
You recognize it?
It's, yes, I see it.
Is that a transcript of your entire testimony at the grand jury in April of 2022?
I believe so, yes.
It is.
You've reviewed it in the past?
Yep.
I have read it about a year ago, yes.
You read it in anticipation of your testimony a year ago, correct?
Yes, I reviewed it.
Have you reviewed it in preparation for your testimony today,
No, I haven't.
yesterday?
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Should have. You should have.
Ms. McCabe, turn to the page or pages in that transcript where you recount to the grand jurors that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
See it, girl.
It's not in
This
there.
is over 227 pages.
Yeah, better start digging.
How long did you say it was, Mr.
Clock's
King?
ticking.
227.
27 pages.
I'm not going to let her read 227.
Come on.
You reviewed it before, haven't you?
I reviewed it a year ago, yes.
Pause.
You read the whole thing, cover to cover.
This is where Jackson, I would have liked to have seen him say, you don't have to read it.
Because it's not there.
in there. It's
Yeah.
not in there. So I would have
Yeah.
liked to have seen him just that aha moment, because he doesn't say it, right?
Or
I don't think, I mean, I know he gets her, but what I'm saying is I would have loved to have heard him say, you know what? I'm going to save us all a bunch of time. You don't have to look because it's not in there. It's not in there. You
he
never
still
said
might.
that.
He still might say it in there, right? But you're right, though. I mean, that would have been a clutch thing to say for the jury,
I was
right?
waiting for it. All right. Roll it, Steve.
I skimmed through it.
You're only going to testify.
Why
would you actually want to read it?
yesterday and today is recounting these jurors the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Objection.
To the form of that, I'm sustaining
Was it important to you to tell these jurors that you heard my client say, I hit him 3 times?
I answered the questions and I'm telling the jurors what I know.
Was it important to you before testifying today that you recount to these jurors the phrase, I hit him, coming out of my client's mouth?
Your client said she hit him, yes.
That's not my question. Listen to my question, Ms. McCabe.
I'm sorry.
Was it important to you before you testified to tell these jurors under oath that my client said, I hit him 3 times?
As a witness, it's important to tell the truth and to answer the question you were asked.
And in point of fact, in your entire grand jury testimony,
You didn't say it.
you never said, my client said the words, I hit him, did you?
Again, it's 227 pages.
Ms. McCabe, you were there. They're your words. I'm not asking you to rehearse something. You were there. Did you tell the grand jurors that my client said I hit him?
I have testified a number of times, but I was there the morning of January 29th when your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Did you tell that to the grand jurors?
I'm not sure.
It's because you didn't, did you?
Again, I'm not sure.
Ms. McCabe, you were asked in your grand jury testimony no fewer than 12 times, 12 separate times, you were asked to repeat words that my client said both before, going to, and at the scene at 34 Fairview that morning. Correct?
Objection.
it. Do you know the answer to that?
No.
You were all asked multiple times what my client's words were that you heard her say going to and at the scene, correct?
I was correct.
And you recounted those words truthfully and honestly at that time, correct?
Correct.
Because you were under the same oath that you're under today.
Correct.
And things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now 3.5 years later. Would you agree with that?
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him is just as fresh today as it was 3 years ago.
Turn to page 190, if you wouldn't mind,
Ain't buying it, Jen. Miss McCabe, ain't buying it.
for court and counsel lines 10 and 11.
Look, her words first is Karen's, right? One. Cancel each other out.
Yeah.
Can't send a girl to prison for the rest of her life on your word. Why should we
Which
believe you?
ones? I'm sorry.
10 and
See what I'm
11.
saying?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
To wash. That's why you need 2 to 3 independent witnesses for in a crime.
You recounted what Ms. Reed said to you over the phone to the grand jurors, correct?
Correct.
And what she said at 4:53 a.m. was, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? She didn't say it. She asked it, correct?
She didn't say that at 4:53.
That's not what he asked.
Yeah.
Did you testify that what Miss Reed said to you that morning over the phone was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Those aren't incriminating.
Nope.
That's normal reaction to something you might not remember.
Just wanted to verify a page number, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes. Why don't you tell Mr. Brennan the page number?
I will, with each one.
Yeah, we'll tell him. He's looking. Audio is fine.
If you turn to page 192. Line 4. What did you tell the grand jurors my client said in that answer?
Foundation.
You got to give
What are we
Brennan a
talking
minute.
about?
I'll ask it a different way. Did you answer a question on page 192, line 4, concerning my client's statement?
Did I answer a question?
You were answering a question, correct?
Oh, yes, yes.
All right.
I'm sorry.
And the answer that you gave to the grand jurors was, she said, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that's part of the answer I gave.
Turn to page 193.
I'd object.
To what?
So I don't want to have to see it, Salva. We need context in order for this to be admissible, Mr. Jensen. I have no
Object to
idea
turn
what
the
that
page.
said.
Your Honor, everyone,
Answer.
I can make an offer of proof at sidebar, if you
Okay,
wish.
why don't you come to the
Sure.
Sidebar.
On page 192, line 4,
Disregard.
for context, were you talking about a statement that was made in Karen's car on that morning before you got to the scene?
192.
192, line 4.
Yes, that was a comment she made in the car.
And she said the phrase, you recounted that she said the phrase, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that was part of my answer.
Take a look at page 193, line 1 through 2.
She's got to make it
This
look
was
good.
also in the context of a conversation that was in Karen's car, correct?
Yes.
And the phrase that you attributed to my client was, could I have hit him? The question, correct?
Yes.
Page 193, line 23. In the context of being in John's driveway at One Meadows,
Yes.
and you attributed the statement, and she's asking if she could have hit him, correct?
Yes, when she showed me her taillight.
Page 201, lines
Had to get that
23 and
in.
24. This is driving to Fairview.
Yeah.
She asked, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Can you tell me the lines?
I'm sorry, lines 23 and 24. Page 201.
The way she looks at Jackson sometimes.
Yeah.
I can't tell if she's trying to act or if the lights aren't home or lights aren't on sometimes. You know what I mean?
She's
There's no
scared,
one
dude.
home.
She's scared. She's scared.
Okay,
Yeah.
I've read it.
She stated, according to you, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, she did.
Page 202, top of the page, line 1 and 2.
Nothing wrong with those statements.
Again,
Not at
in
all.
context, this is driving to Fairview before you arrived at Fairview. And she again asked, quote, according to you and your testimony in front of the grand jury, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, I see that here as part of my answer.
Then
Okay.
turn to page 208, lines 24 and 25.
I have a feeling it's going to get a little redundant.
Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah.
Get it to the jury.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what, lines 24 and 25?
Lines 24 and 25. Let me know.
Gosh. Yeah.
I've read them, thank you.
Everybody asking
For
for
context, this is at the scene outside Fairview.
Yes,
And you told those grand jurors under oath, she asked, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
yes,
On page 208, lines 24 and 20, I'm sorry, 208 and 209, going on to page 209, lines 1 through 3.
She has to say that. She said that because it's in her testimony, so she can't
Yep.
lie.
You actually recounted to the grand jurors a conversation that you said my client had with a female EMT standing right there, exactly as you testified to today. Female EMT. You see that?
I do, yes.
And what did you say my client's statements were in front of that female EMT?
In this, I say that she said, could I have hit him? Is he dead?
It's actually, did I hit him?
Oh, sorry, I missed that part. I apologize. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that was at the scene in front of the female EMT, exactly the scene that you're describing. You attributed the 3 statements to my client to today, right?
There was many different times when we were talking to different EMTs, the female EMT, the men, the police officers.
May I approach you?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's not act like there was 100 people out there, girl. There was like, what, 4 or 5 people?
Yeah, but in those videos, you saw Jen running around.
I know.
I mean, not Jen, but Karen. Karen's running around.
She was the only one running around.
Yep.
Jen was just standing there.
Yep.
Remember, she said I was walking up. If you're laying there dying, Gonzo, I'm not going to walk up to you. If you're across the yard, I'm going to get my ass over to you as fast as humanly possible.
Yep.
But she's like, yeah, I was walking over to him. Not a big deal. I'll get there when I get there.
She looks like she's starting to get real broken.
Miss
Or Jen.
McCabe, your full statement at page 208,
Look at Look at her face.
starting at lines 22 through 25, going on to page 209, down to line 4, was, quote, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. And at one point I'm standing with Miss Reed and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Yeah.
It was pretty nonstop, pretty much nonstop. That was your testimony in front of the grand jurors, correct?
There you go.
Yes, it was.
And that was April 26th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
So now she wants to add.
Not one time. Not one time, Miss McCabe, did you utter the phrase, I hit him, as it relates to my client in front of that grand jury
12
on April
chances.
26th, 2022. Did you? Not once.
I'd have to read through the 227 pages to see.
As you sit here today, do you remember ever saying to those
Come on,
grand
girl.
jurors,
Come on.
she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in front of a female EMT?
I've spoken to in a few grand juries. What I said specifically at different ones, I don't recall at this moment, but I do know that morning your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times, and there was a female EMT there.
Find her. Find the EMT that heard it. First thing you should do, find her. Can't be that many female EMTs in Canton. Yeah?
Yeah.
Right.
You spoke with Trooper Proctor
You got the wake out there?
just
You watching?
the same day,
Board?
right? January 29th.
You watching? All right.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor was taking notes
Yes.
about your conversation?
Yes, he was.
I hope he was.
As a matter of fact, at some point.
I didn't review his notes. I think I've seen a report at one point or another.
Yeah. And he's not going to show you his notes. But the
On
report.
that very day, January 29th, 2022, when you were asked to recount what happened at the scene, who was doing what and who said what. You never told Trooper Proctor that
Yeah.
my client said, I hit him either, did you?
Oh, I told him. Yes, I did.
He just leave that out of his report?
I'm not responsible for his report.
No, you're not. But you have read his report.
So again, no comments, Mr. Jackson.
Oh, that was a good one, though, Bev.
I have seen it before, yes.
Saying hi. Cops are saying hi.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Memberships. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, oh,
You looked at that report for another particular this morning. Do you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
allergies.
Can you review that report, scan it, and let me know when you're done?
Okay, is there something specific I should be looking for?
I don't think you're going to find it, Miss McCabe. It's for- I hit
Right,
him.
so again,
Oh.
jurors disregard the comments. So it's question, answer, format only.
My question is, do you
Spoken
see
Bev
the
Jackson.
phrase, I hit him, as it's attributable to my client in that report? Objection.
System.
Show
Of course.
me. Show me.
It's not there, buddy.
Yeah, look at her face. Look at her. She don't know what to do.
Deer in the headlights. Whoever
She's like-
whoever said in the chat is right. Deer in the headlights.
Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? Objection.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I told him.
See, now she's passing the buck, putting it off on Proctor.
He was taking notes, correct?
He would have wrote that down.
Those notes ended up being memorialized in a formal report.
I'm assuming he,
The report that you're holding.
I object.
Sustained.
Does that appear to be a report of the January 29th, 11:35 or so a.m. interview that you did with
Gonzo,
Yo.
what do you think?
Huh.
When
I don't
she's
think.
talking-
I don't think, bro.
she's talking to Proctor, right? And, you know, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? What do you think Proctor is saying? Hey, just throw in this. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, and then we'll run with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, who do you think came up with the I hit him, I hit him, I hit him for her to say that? Because it probably wasn't her. It was probably Proctor or B. Albert, right? One of them had to. Hey! You're chewing the ice. No, what are you doing? Sound like I'm at a gun range. Jeez. Yeah. Sorry about that, people. Gonzo doesn't have any manners.
I was
You wanna
raised in
turn
a
on-
barn. I was raised in a
turn
barn.
You want to turn on the garbage disposal while you're at it? While we talk?
Hey, at least
Yeah.
I'm not sitting here with a mic on, taking off my shirt, and putting a new one on like you were. So shut up.
Yeah, good. What do you mean? I had to change shirts. I didn't like that shit.
So anyway, listen, it would have to be when that first statement came out, right?
Right.
When did she first say it? Was it before or after Proctor talked to him, or somebody else?
Right. Well, she first said it. Maybe somebody in the chat can help us out. I'm thinking she first said it was a couple days later when the cops came to her house to interview her. But notice how she's now changed it to where she said it in front of the EMT at the scene. So that solidifies her story, right? And then it solidifies Karen as the suspect. So I could see them saying, let's word it a little differently, right? Let's let it flow. So
Yeah,
all right.
you're right. You're right.
All right, Steve.
yes, it does.
You said you reviewed that report in the past,
Yes, in the past.
and you're aware in no place in that report does the phrase "I didn't show up" anywhere, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I approach you?
Yes.
There's a fucking surprise.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't approach the witness. Sorry, Mr. Bryan. I'm sorry. just grabbing the report back. Sorry. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
I want to draw your attention to the very early morning hours of January 29th, around 4:53 a.m. when you indicated you received that phone call from Kayla's phone. Do you have that time and date in mind?
Yes, I do.
My client told you that John had not come home, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that Miss Reed at that point was awake and looking for John.
I didn't know what, I just knew that she was awake and screaming.
Right.
We got some
She was
dirty
worried about where
birdies.
John was.
Existing.
You've been asked who you communicated with first thing that morning after you received that first call from Miss Reed. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked by Trooper Prince in her formal interview. Trooper Prince interviewed you on February 1st, about 3 days after the incident, correct?
I met with a lot. I don't really remember specific days.
Do you remember a female trooper?
Yes, I do, actually.
In your house?
Yes.
Or I should say at your house?
Yes.
That was around 3 days after the incident?
Was it Tuesday, maybe? Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
I think so, yes, if
Okay.
it's the one I'm thinking.
You were also asked at the same grand jury who you communicated with on the morning of January 29th.
Okay.
Remember that?
Not specifically.
Would it refresh your recollection if we were to take a look at a specific page of that grand jury transcript?
Sure.
Remember that. Here it comes. We do keep it real.
Do you need a couple of minutes, Mr. Jackson?
I do, Your Honor.
So, juries, why don't you stand up and stretch, okay?
I'll
Alrighty,
stretch.
Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention back to
quick
the
stretch.
morning, later in the morning, after you're back at 34 Fairview, after the police have already cleared the scene, and you're back with your friends and family inside the home at 34 Fairview. We've already talked about the fact that the witnesses were not sequestered in any way, they were not separated in any way by the police. Is that right?
We were just sitting together with friends
Right.
and family, so yeah, no.
Everybody was free, all the friends and family that were in there were free to talk amongst themselves, which you did do, correct?
Yes.
All right. Everybody had the opportunity to say their piece and to listen to others say their piece as well.
We had conversations. It wasn't really nothing more than that.
At some point, you did, I think you mentioned this on direct examination, you did reach out to Mike Lank. Is that right?
Yes.
Remind us who Mike Lank is in your world, in addition to being a Canton police officer, police sergeant, I think he was at the time. Who is he in your world?
He was just a local guy that I, knew was friendly with.
And had gone to high school with?
No.
Was he ahead of you in high school?
We weren't in high school at the same time.
Got it. He was about 5 years ahead of you, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But you'd known him or known of him from basically childhood or young adulthood.
Yeah, just knew him from around town.
At some point, you decided that you were going to call Sergeant Lank back to the scene because there was a piece of information that you wanted to provide him again. Sorry, provide him so he needed to come back again.
Yes.
Ultimately, you called him on his cell phone, right?
I did, yes.
So you were close enough that you had his cell phone number, he had your cell phone number.
No, I didn't have his cell phone number.
Where'd you get that number?
Yeah,
I
did.
asked Julie Albert for that number.
So Julie had his cell phone number.
Yes, she did.
And Julie is Chris's wife?
Yes.
She was at the location?
Yes.
when I say the location, 34 Fairview that morning,
Yes.
as was Chris.
He came at some point. I don't know if he was there when I called Officer Lank or not.
As was Bryon Higgins, correct?
Yes, he was.
He came back over to the location as well.
Yes, he did.
As a matter of fact, it was Bryon Higgins who suggested that you reach out to Officer Lank.
I'm not sure if it was him who suggested it.
Someone suggested to you that you reach out to Officer Lank, is that right?
As I was sitting there remembering things, I believe, I can't say who did or didn't.
So as you were sitting there remembering things, you weren't just remembering things, you were remembering things and then telling others things that you remembered.
Oh, absolutely.
So
Yes.
others were absorbing whatever information you were providing to them and vice versa.
No one was really providing me any information because they didn't know what happened.
So you were, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just sitting there trying to recount what had transpired since I got that 4:53 phone call.
Yeah.
And one of the things that you decided you wanted to tell Sergeant Lank was a statement by my client.
Yes.
So you called Sergeant Lank on his cell phone.
So
And
it
you were
was
able
the
to get
next
a hold of
day.
him, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Whatever he's doing, I'm guessing he was busy at the time.
I don't know what he was doing.
He was the first responder on a death of a police officer case that was just hours old. So he had to be busy.
I would assume. I, again, don't know what he was doing.
But in fact, after you got your phone call, you dropped everything and headed back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Gotcha.
Did he come back to 34 Fairview?
He was there fairly quickly, yes, I would
At
say.
your request.
Yes, I called him and asked him to come back.
Because you told him that you had information that was important enough that he needed to get over there so you could tell him in person what this new information was.
I called him and told him that I was remembering things and asked if he could come back.
Bet
He
she
didn't
was.
Say, just tell me what it is over the phone. He literally said, okay, I'm going to get in my car, drive in a blizzard.
Yeah.
It was still a blizzard, right?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Get all my gear on, drive in a blizzard back over to 34 Fairview, get out of my cruiser, come into the house, and get ready for this new information that you're going to give me. Correct?
He did not say all that, no.
No, that's what he did.
I had no idea what he did. I called him and then he came. That's,
Hey, Steve, pause it.
He came over in his car, right?
I would assume so, yeah.
It's all coming back to me now.
I don't know if it's on my end or your end, but you're frozen, Bryon. But I think this is where the I hit him or she hit him, she hit him, she hit him comes in.
Should I get out and come back in?
I can hear your audio, but you're frozen like a statue.
Yeah, just exit.
All right.
How's everybody doing out there?
Hey, we're doing good, buddy. We're doing good. We're doing good.
What happened?
Kick Bryon out.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Take this moment to give some appreciation.
Take it, Ray. Run away, Steve. Run it.
Was I not supposed to do that?
Oh, no, you're good.
Oh, okay.
We got a lot of supers, so I have been popping them
Sorry,
on the
y'all.
screen.
Sorry. Can you hear me? You guys still there? You guys awake?
Bryon, Steve's doing something. Be quiet.
Sorry.
Thank you all for the supers and the new memberships and the gifting members. We've been popping on the screen, and if you'll notice when I do that, the guys give love and all that fun stuff. But we really appreciate it. It does help us do what we do. So thank you. Did you exit and go back in?
Yeah, I'm in. I'm
I
backstage.
see him. He just needs to add to the show.
Okay. We don't need him. You want to take a break real quick?
Actually, yeah, we'll take a break real quick.
Sorry, Trucker Johnny.
Thank you, Trucker.
Christian Ryder, Mary Pat. Thank you, everybody. Vita, Christian Ryder, Olaf the Metalhead, the Russian Metalhead.
Let's go.
Whiskey Bonfire, Donna Rocha. You might want to take your mic off. Too.
Yeah.
You just took your shirt off. Should I turn the camera?
Yeah, no kidding.
Canton PD's inverted camera. Latinegra. Trucker Johnny again. Thank you so much, everyone. Pomsky Momsky. Trophy Wife.
Oh,
Gerda K's a new member. Welcome. Tisha. Trucker Johnny again. Thank you so much, everybody. Lindsay G. Trucker Johnny, you're all over this stream. Paul K. Mitchell Sutton. Always Ames. Wow, you guys have been going wild. Thank you so much. Debbie Rose. Cloak and Glomar. More new members. Jody. Karen. Trucker Johnny's now a member. Thank you so much, everyone. Lurking Feds in the house. Les Enfants. My accents are terrible, I know.
yeah.
Reality, Krista Marie. Marietta Beach Caregiver. Also gifting memberships. Thank you so much. Noreen Gardner.
Thank you so much.
NGA Brett. Thank you all so much. We did address these as we could during the live.
There was a comment that was made.
And just know we appreciate you very much. It's very helpful for us.
Yeah.
And
I was going to say there's somebody made a comment, said that in the 6 days or 7 days of court, there's enough doubt to let Karen Reed go. And I agree 100%. There's no need for this to go any further because there's enough doubt in the jury's face that they can say, well, she's not guilty on all counts.
yeah, it's just, I'll get echo when I put those on. Really weird. It's just insane. I mean, there's fishy things on both sides, but how do you just the list of all the funky stuff on the prosecution side? It's just there's definitely doubt. And we know that of the 3 charges in the initial trial, 2 of them they all agreed not guilty.
Yep.
They were not instructed properly, so now she's being retried for the same things that if they would have been properly informed or knew what the heck was going on or not misled or whatever it is, she'd only be being tried on one.
Yeah. Right now, it's just a dog and pony show.
What's that?
Right now, it's just a dog and pony show.
Yeah, it's very frustrating. I ordered us pizza. Did you really? He really did change his shirt.
Not this time. Last time.
Oh, that's the same shirt?
Yeah.
Sorry, I see you from the side. He was flashing me. So. I don't have my mic. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay.
I had the sweaty pits.
Hey, Steve, on the next break, can you prep that new shirt that we got out, that we're going to be getting out, and just kind of throw it on screen so people can see it?
Oh, you're asking a lot for me. I could barely get the audio right.
Come on, you can do it.
Okay.
I can't hear you.
Okay. You can't hear me, so you're playing with your mic?
I think so. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, I get
Yeah.
it back from the screen. Sorry. I'll add this guy to the screen.
All right.
There he is. There he is.
Can you hear me? Or G?
What's up, everybody?
Can you hear G?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep, I hear him.
All right.
I can hear you. All right, let's roll it.
You guys don't want to see me, so I'll get out of here.
We only got a few more minutes before this breaks to part 2.
Okay. Hey, you wanted to ride along?
Yeah, but I might
I'm
have to
talking to
bounce
the ride-alongs. You? No. Everybody stays. Nobody leaves this bus.
Hey, a happy wife is a happy life. I got to bounce out in an hour.
All right.
Let's roll.
Oh, shoot, pizza's here.
Oh.
Yes.
So again, get in his car, drive over to Blizzard, get out of the car, walk through the Blizzard, go in the front door, and get ready for this new meeting that he's going to have, correct?
Yes, that seems like steps one would take.
And whatever it was that you wanted to tell him, you let him know it was important enough to have a special additional meeting. It wasn't something that you were just going to sit on. You wanted to give him this information immediately without hesitation, correct?
He said if I remembered anything to give him a call, so I did.
So when he came back over, he obviously had a notepad and a pen in his hand, correct?
I believe he was taking notes.
And you told him, you testified this morning that what you told him was Karen Reed said, I hit him, right?
Correct.
But what he wrote in his report, you said, she said, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
I don't have his report in front of me.
Big difference. Words matter, people. Words matter. Yeah, I can't hide it.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You could turn to the orange tab. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and you've had a chance to read it?
Just the highlighted
Okay.
part.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. In
Thank you,
fact,
Michelle.
what you told Officer Lank was something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
Incorrect. I told him that she said I hit him.
He wrote in his report, that you just read, something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him.
Sustained.
Oh, yeah.
Is this another example of an officer getting a report wrong?
Objection.
Is that report right?
Your Honor. Objection.
Sustained.
Come on.
Move on, Mr. Jackson.
No, 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 no. No, that's not
That's
cool.
some
I hope I
bullshit,
didn't
bro.
hit him.
That's not cool.
Or something to the effect of, I hope I
No.
didn't hit him. Sounds an awful lot like. could I-
Bev is not letting her say it.
Did you agree with that?
It does sound similar, yeah.
So the cop's wrong, right?
Yeah, cops are dirty.
All the cops got the reports wrong.
It couldn't. It's not too far of a stretch.
Yeah, with Sarah from Mulaney. Sarah's
You testified
3-second
yesterday
report.
that during that first phone call, that first phone conversation with Ms. Reed at 4:53 a.m., she told you, according to your testimony, that in that phone call, in that very first phone call, Ms. Reed said she had gotten into a fight, her taillight was cracked, and she asked, could I have hit him or did I hit him? Correct?
Incorrect.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
The first phone call, she had said we got into a fight and he didn't come home and I left him at the waterfall. In the second phone call, once I told her that I saw her outside of my sister's house on Fairview, that is when she said, could she have hit him, and talked about her taillight.
So, 2 hours after Ms. Reed found John O'Keefe and began giving him CPR, you were interviewed by Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Objection.
Ask the question differently, Mr. Jackson.
2 hours after Ms. Reed found Mr. O'Keefe,
Good point.
about 2 hours later, say 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning, after the scene was cleared, you were interviewed by Sean Good, were you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
What?
Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
What's the problem with the cop asking her question?
While you were at the scene, after Miss Reed had been giving CPR, Sean Good interviewed you, correct?
I don't remember a formal interview with Sean Good.
Do you remember talking to him?
When he arrived at the scene, I do remember briefly talking to him after all three of us gave John CPR.
And he asked you certain questions about what you'd seen, what you'd heard, what had happened, correct?
I have to tell you that I remember seeing him there and I remember talking to him, but I do not remember specifics of any conversation or any questions that he asked me.
Do you remember him do you remember him asking you about any initial calls you had and you telling him about that 4:53 call and the early morning calls thereafter? The initial calls before you met up with Miss Reed?
I don't recall.
Did you tell Sergeant Good, by the way, he was a sergeant at the time. Sean Good was a sergeant, not an officer?
I'm not sure.
Okay. By the way, you knew Sergeant Good, did you not?
I didn't know him. I knew of him, like I knew his name, but that was it.
How'd you know of him before that day?
Because his sister is a year or two younger than me, and I knew she had a brother that was younger, that was a Canton cop, just through the town, but I didn't know him.
Okay, friendly but not friends.
I wouldn't even say I was friendly with him.
Okay. You actually told Sergeant Good at the time when he asked about those first phone calls that when Miss Reed called you, she was inquiring about John's whereabouts, correct?
Yeah.
Again, I don't recall my conversations with Sean Good.
You certainly never mentioned to Sergeant Good the incessant screaming and hysteria that you've described here in court.
Objection.
Did you ever mention anything about an argument or a fight to Sean Good?
Objection.
Sustained, Mr. Jackson. Just on the next question.
I have to go through the
Yeah.
series of machinations. I don't know what she remembers and doesn't remember.
Yeah. Are we not allowed to ask a fucking
Next
question?
Mr. Jackson.
Did you mention anything about a cracked taillight to Sergeant Good?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have no memory at all about what you talked to Sergeant Good about?
There were many officers there,
Right.
and like I said, I know I talked to Sergeant Good, but I do not remember the specifics of my conversation during that chaotic scene.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Let me ask a different question. There were many officers there, and many officers were asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
Did you did you tell any officer while at the scene that during those first few phone calls, first couple of phone calls with Miss Reed, that there was incessant screaming and hysteria?
Again, there were many officers asking me questions. Most of them were regarding who John was, if he had medical issues or concerns, things like that.
Right.
It was a chaotic scene. I don't remember any specific questions about phone calls. I apologize.
But you did tell at least one officer about the initial phone call that you received indicating that John may be missing, correct?
I possibly said I got a phone call and that's why I'm here. We all came out to look for him. I apologize for not remembering specifics.
Did you tell any officer at the scene anything about an argument or fighting that Miss Reed said occurred on that first couple of phone calls?
Again, the conversations were very brief and they were with a lot of different officers. There wasn't
yes or no?
in-depth conversations.
Yes or no?
Let her answer the question.
Do you recall, that is a yes or no question, do you recall telling any officer about a conversation in the initial couple of phone calls that you had with Miss Reed about fighting or being in an argument? Do you recall that?
I cannot answer yes or no.
Well, you either do or you don't. If you don't,
I said
say
there
you
was
don't.
many different conversations. I am not sure.
So you don't recall?
That's a no.
I'm not sure on specific conversations about that. I apologize.
Is there a reason why you're not telling us that you simply don't recall making that statement?
Yeah.
Sustained.
Do you recall telling any officer about a cracked taillight that came up in one of those first two phone calls?
At the scene,
At the scene.
again, I think all the conversations were about what was happening in the present time.
And literally, this was a couple of hours after this incident, correct? When everything was freshest in your mind.
Yeah.
These conversations were at the scene when Miss Reed was running around screaming.
Were you also interviewed by Officer Mullaney?
Again, there were many officers there that I spoke to.
4.
Ms. McCabe, do you understand my question?
She's he's eluding you or evading you.
If I spoke
Being
to an
evasive.
officer, Mulaney,
Correct.
again, I could have. I am not sure. I don't remember every officer. It was a chaotic scene. I had just found my friend on the ground.
So the answer is, I don't remember.
You were just
I
standing there,
don't
lady.
remember speaking to him. No, sorry.
You didn't do anything.
Nope.
Karen was the only one doing everything. Even the cops didn't do it. The cops were just standing there.
Later that morning, you did have a
Cops should've
conversation
been
with
the ones
Officer
doing all
Lank
the
that you
work.
actually do remember, correct?
Yes, correct.
What you told Officer Lank, or Sergeant Lank, was that you received a phone call from Kaylee's phone and that Karen Reed was distraught because John never came home, correct?
I told him she was, I don't remember the exact words, but I told him something like she was hysterical and screaming and said John never came home.
You never mentioned that she said anything about a fight during that initial phone call, correct?
Again, I'm not sure what exactly was said during that initial phone call.
She's so vague, so
You
vague.
never mentioned that she said something about a cracked taillight in that initial phone call or those two phone calls, correct?
Are these phone calls with who? Who are these phone calls? Who am I speaking
The
to at this
initial
point?
phone calls that you had with Miss Reed,
Yes.
you never mentioned to Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank that Miss Reed mentioned anything about a fight or an argument, correct?
I don't remember.
You don't. You never mentioned anything about having Miss Reed saying anything about a cracked taillight in one of those two initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember all the things that I told Officer Lank.
And you certainly never mentioned that Miss Reed said anything about could I have hit him in either of those initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember my specific conversation with Officer Lank.
So
all
you
she
don't
remembers-
remember the conversation that you had with Officer Lank when it was the clear light of day. You'd had a chance to take a beat and a breath, catch your breath, because it's now 11:30, 11 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
You don't remember anything about that conversation, but according to your testimony, you remember in detail what my client said, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
So I didn't speak to him at 11:30. It was earlier in the morning when he came back to Fairview.
How does she know that? How does she remember that?
Whatever.
Okay.
Right? Whatever. It wasn't the same chaos as my client screaming into the phone
Yeah.
that John never came home, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
Correct.
But when you recounted that conversation or those conversations to Sergeant Lank, you didn't see a thing about Miss Reed saying that there had been an argument, did you?
I'm saying I don't remember the specifics of my conversation with
Hey,
Officer
Steve,
Lank.
pause it.
I'm also saying that I was woken up out of a dead sleep. I was
So what happens when we go to a call, Bryon, and we're talking to a witness, right? They're telling us everything and anything, right? And 2 weeks ago, they were in a fight in the backyard, and we heard it, and we heard, she called him this, and she called him that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. They hear everything. Your neighbors will rat you out. And we're writing
That's
it all
what I'm
down.
saying, and we
We're
are,
writing it all down. Yep.
because you just don't know what's going to be important.
Correct. Yeah. Those
Right.
little things add up and lead you to bigger things.
And and there are questions that we ask as police officers.
Mhm.
Hey, has this ever happened before? Have they ever gotten a verbal argument? Has it ever been physical?
Yep.
Right? How are how do they interact with your neighbors? Do you have an issue with a neighbor? Or there's a plethora of questions that we ask depending on the situation that we're thrown into.
Correct.
Right? Because a petty larceny or taking candy from somebody is a different call than battered domestic violence or a homicide or whatever the case may
Correct.
be.
Right.
But when you work a lot of these, you know what kind of questions to ask that are really important, right?
Yeah, you get really good at it. Once you're seasoned, you get real good at it.
And a witness will tell you what you want to hear, right? When you're probing the right questions, they're going to give you the right answers.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. They want to talk, and if they want to talk, you let them talk.
Absolutely. So she's definitely just being vague with everything because she's been prepped. Like we always, like we assume she would be. So I just want to get out there.
It's just amazing how she doesn't remember anything other than Karen said, I hit him. Everything else is just,
Well, it's because of her previous statements.
I know.
Locked her into a story.
I know. It just gets annoying. Frustrating people.
Okay, so right now I got a poll right now. How many objections has Brennan asked for? Okay, give me a number between 1 and 50. All right, that's a poll question so far. Let's go. Roll it, Steve.
Karen showed up at my house screaming. I went out to help her look for John. And then we found one of my closest friends on the front lawn. And she was saying crazy things and acting crazy and
Ms.
acting
McCabe, that's not my
erratic.
question.
And so every
Ms. McCabe,
police
that is
officer
not
that
my
I
question.
spoke to,
Let her finish.
every police officer that I spoke to, I tried to answer their questions the best I could. It took me hours and in some cases days to remember all the things that Miss Reed had said. My mind, I was in a state of shock. But the minute I remembered, she said, I hit him. I called Officer Lank.
And your memory's getting better, even as we see you today.
I bet you did, girl.
There are certain things I will never forget, Mr. Jackson.
Including the fact that you never, ever, ever said, she said the words I hit him to a grand jury when you were asked about it 3 months out of the incident.
Or to a cop.
She said, I hit him.
You never told that to the grand jury, did you?
I don't remember specifically that every grand jury and everything I said, but I can tell you with 100% accuracy, she screamed, I hit him.
You never said that to the grand jury.
I don't recall if I
You were
did.
there to get the truth, correct?
The truth is, she said, I hit him.
You were asked
Hold
that
that for a second.
specific question.
If we're at a scene and somebody's telling me, hey, this lady said I hit him, she's a suspect. She's going to be taken into custody and, run through the mill right there. It stops right there. Now we're talking a full DUI, accident with
Death.
And yeah, so you're talking full blown investigation. Had she said that to one of the cops that night?
Well,
You know what I mean?
yeah, but we're also talking about Canton PD too, though. So who knows how they take
That's
people
true.
in custody? They might have,
that's true.
just because now it's a death. Now a different agency has to handle it, right? But even then, when we have a case here, let's say there's a homicide that happens in Henderson or Northtown, we're going to take that person to custody, put him at CCDC until he can get processed over to their district, right?
Yep.
So, by the way, the poll up to right now I had 40 is what I counted, and I probably missed a couple of them. So that person who said 1,000 probably went to Trooper Paul's math class.
The math ain't mathin'.
Math ain't mathin'. Let's go.
Right,
Roll it,
roll.
Steve.
At the grand jury. What did she say at the scene in front of the female EMT? And you know what your answer was? You do, because you just read it.
Yeah.
I wasn't asked what she was said
What
at the
was
scene.
answer to that question?
I'm objecting.
The objection sustained. Ask one more clear question, Mr. Jackson.
What was the answer you gave in answer to the question about what was said by Miss Reed to the EMT, the female EMT at the scene? What did you say she said?
I don't know if I was asked specifically what she said to a female EMT.
All right, we're going to end this now.
Your Honor, may I have one more question?
Go ahead.
I can't end it like this.
Yeah.
You said
Okay,
she
jurors,
said.
ignore the comments of counsel. Ask one question, Mr. Jackson.
You said that she said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him in the presence of the female EMT?
Yeah.
That's what you testified to under
Yes.
oath at the grand jury.
Period.
Yes, because she also said that.
Shut your mouth. All right, pause it. Pause it right now. Pause.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you...
Okay.
What the hell is Bev up to, bro?
Dude, I know. It's like, you got, how many questions do you have? 1,000. All right, you can ask 2. Pick the 2 best ones.
Brendan, which one do you want to jump to? Right?
We're fighting for a girl's life here. Can I ask more than 2? All right, 1,000. I'll give you 4. Come on.
Jackson's asking Jen a question. Is your name Jen? Objection.
Objection. Sustained. Ask it differently.
How do you
What
spell your name?
pronouns? Yeah, what should we call you? Objection. Sustained. Ask it differently.
Hey, listen, B, we got another 3 hours, man. And I can only make it maybe another 20, 30 minutes because I got to go. You tell me what you want to do here.
Let's keep rolling.
Hey, Steve, did you load up that new shirt that we want to pump out for the Jen for Karen's proceeds, so we can make some money for her?
No, but I can do that right now. Just stall for a second.
Yeah, well, it's easy to stall. Just look at Brian's face.
Which look away. Don't look at me.
I'm hideous. I'm hideous.
I'm hideous. Don't look at me.
Holy macaroni.
Hey, I'm watching Steve over here eat pizza. I can smell it. My slice is sitting right there, but I'm like, I'm not gonna eat pizza. Come on, man. It's not cool. Everybody else is hungry. I'm gonna be hungry with everybody else.
Just remove yourself from the screen when you take a bite and put yourself back home when you're chewing. I don't know, man.
Well,
Add to show.
I did.
Huh. There it is.
there it is.
I'm gonna get that onesie.
Yeah, it's perfect size for you. I think you're a size 4 in a onesie.
Oh my Lord. What do you guys think of that?
They'll know. They'll say, it's Gonzo. It's pretty Gonzo.
What do you think of that new little design for you guys?
I think it's cool. I like it.
Fun size Gonzo. Yeah. LVCopsTV. So good.
Yeah, it's cool.
Put a little color in our lives, buddy. A little color in our lives, right?
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Thank you, Kendall Gonzalez, for that design.
Yeah. Thank you, Kendall.
Do you need to take a break?
No, man. Let's press on. We'll go till you can go no longer.
All right, let's roll.
You have what?
Can I have your pizza?
No, you can't have my pizza.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, Jen,
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Right out of my mouth.
Morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Saw it, yes.
All right.
Solid.
I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, 1 through 3. It's 782 going to 783. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you very much. No problem.
It was awful nice.
Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing. And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, where are you? And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello. Because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at the transcript I just read from.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Refresh your recollection.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yes, you may have.
Thank you.
She changed shirts just like you, Bryon.
Come on, Miss McCabe. Hey,
May I approach you?
Yes.
stellar YouTuber over here. You gotta do it.
Refresh your recollection.
Sweaty pits, you gotta
said in
change
June
your
of
shirt.
2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45.
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that, yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there, period, correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I. So there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what transcript indicates you said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time.
No objection.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45, answer at 12:45. That's what you actually testified.
Yeah, not a big deal. Yeah.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you.
There you go. Look at the big girl. How hard was that?
You've been asked about with whom
Took a
you
while.
communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There, at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously.
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police
No, you
officers.
didn't, girl. No, you didn't.
Recollections, take a look at her report.
No, you didn't.
I'd like to take a look at it, yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because it's somewhat lengthy. See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sure.
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes,
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
yes,
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't, no one answered, yes.
What happened?
Then you spoke to the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes,
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone, I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty, correct?
I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we talking
The day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things, so to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Oh my God.
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you.
I'm asking
I
you-
don't remember this. I'm sorry, I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me, and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
Object.
All right, go ahead and answer that question. Are you answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe?
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was,
That's what he
I'm
wants.
sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Yeah. Refresh your recollection and look at the
Tell Mr.
transcript.
Bryon what page you're at.
Sure. 188, 189, thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Mr. McCabe. Would it refresh your, I just have to do this for the record, would it refresh your recollection to look at the transcript?
I'll look at it, yes. Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty.
Oh, and Tom Beatty, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report, like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. if you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
You done? Finished?
Yes, I am.
Let's move on.
I'm trying, all right. When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning, at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beatty. Correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister.
Hey,
over
pause it.
34 Fairview.
Pause it, Steve.
Yes, I learned after. When I
Steve, jump on here for a second.
I got pizza in my teeth.
All right.
I was trying to catch a chewing. So listen, correct me if I'm wrong, but these questions are not very difficult to answer.
No.
They're not, right? Just tell me what you remember, right? Well, that's not what you said. Well, that's what I'm trying to remember, right? You could talk yourself into a reasonable excuse, right? Hey, listen, it's been 2 years ago, but this is what I remember. That's all he's asking is just tell me what you remember, right? But she's trying to make sure she doesn't get backed up into a corner is the problem,
Yep.
right?
So worst case, I don't remember anything.
Yeah. Make it simple, right?
I don't remember because I don't have the report. I don't know what I said.
Exactly. You know, I mean, it's just, can you show me the report? I've talked to numerous police officers, numerous stands, you know, I just don't remember. And that's fine. I just don't, it's bewildered me how she's just being so combative, right? So standoffish and so vague.
Well, when you go to grand jury, when you testify, right, you're going to remember, especially, it's not like she's giving, 30 pages of dissertation. It's a couple things. What did you remember? This is what happened. You're going to remember that for the rest of your life.
If it's the truth.
If it's the truth, you're going to remember. If you pulled my grand jury testimony from the Ross shooting and you asked me right now, it would be almost 100% the same. Very simple for me to answer all the questions. It'd be very easy.
I'm going to do you something better. Bryon. I can take any report, any court case that you've been on, and let you read the first paragraph, and that will trigger your memory just by the first paragraph. The timing might be different, but you will know the details 110%.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. No, you're right. But
so
apparently they don't do it like that in Canton. Or the officers, as they get older, they should be getting seasoned like us, where you're like, spot on, right?
Yeah.
They seem to get worse as they get older.
Yeah. Roll it, Steve-O.
Sorry. Allergies.
first being questioned,
yes, it's illegal to lie.
After, it was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty, calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
Because there's nothing about me calling my sister that
Nobody said
is
there was.
nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just used the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 Fairview that way.
No, not at all.
Sounds a little nefarious.
Later that morning of January 29th, but by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay. Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Okay. Then why'd you call?
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
The day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house
Come to me.
and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
That's odd.
No, that's incorrect.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come to my
Do you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard?
You're going
on
about
that
to be
issue?
reminded.
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it. My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
Yes.
I know what happened, and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Put it back on the cops.
I don't need to see the report now.
Because it would
Wow.
not refresh your recollection.
Wow.
to see a report where he indicated
Wow.
that you told him.
She just straight up was like, nope, don't need to see it because whatever's on there is wrong.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever.
This is it right here. That's it right
You
there.
also told.
Okay.
May I? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows, after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now. What I'm
That's a
asking
weird-
is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th? What's freshest in your mind?
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me.
That's a weird comment, people. Right? Hey, I want to come look for my boyfriend. He didn't show up. I dropped him off at this house. He didn't show up. Oh, by the way, I have a cracked taillight. All right, I'll be over in a minute. That is it me?
You got pizza on the mind, son.
Right? It's a weird comment.
It's a weird thing to throw in there, right? Just out of left field. Oh, by the way,
Yeah,
just
I
so
have a
you know.
Yeah, like, why would you say that? Why would I care about your cracked taillight if you're coming over to look for your girlfriend who hasn't been home all night? Why would you even tell me that? It's just a weird comment. That's all. All right, play.
No, I agree.
When she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact,
Nobody cares
you
about
did
a
not
cracked
tell
taillight.
Trooper Proctor that story.
Yeah, nobody cares, lady.
What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect. Gotcha.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later.
All right, so let me get this straight. You can drive around wasted as all hell. That's okay. But you don't dare drive in a snowstorm at 6 o'clock, 6:30 on a Saturday morning when there's nobody on the road with a cracked taillight.
That's a arrestable offense, son.
Are we clear? Okay.
Don't you
Just
dare
want to make
do
sure. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
5:35,
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Yeah, that's how the
You know
taillight
that?
got cracked.
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him on that during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day, is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations, is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like. And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory. Ms. McCabe, did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Oh.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
That's not what you said. It's not what you said. You just read what you said.
I would say, look at this report. Tell me where it says that.
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description, to take a look at his notes?
So ask it differently, that's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to today, Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Of course not.
Refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes.
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe.
So all the cops are wrong. Yeah.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Making her look like crap. Woo. That's good.
Shocking habit.
As you
won't
sit
say
here
that.
today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was one way.
Okay.
In the
there you
days
go.
following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No.
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
No.
Did you and your family use a group chat? You and part of your family use a group chat to text each other?
Gee,
to coordinate
Jackson
your
is setting her
communications
up
with
right
the
now.
Press or the public or law enforcement or family or
Her
friends?
family is law
I
enforcement.
have a group, I have multiple group chats with
I'll be right
family
back.
and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister, Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a, looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just took
I-
the document away from you. I apologize.
It's okay, I didn't know.
You don't like dates. Or
Do you
times.
note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 1/29/22.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that include others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
You think?
There was
You should
another
know.
series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister, Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
If I could review it briefly.
Why don't I see you sidebar for a minute about this?
Jackson, your turn.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask that the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Let's see these, huh?
Mr. Wolf, is there a way to... There we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger?
Yeah.
We'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms. McCabe, do you need lights on or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at that's just been marked for evidence?
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says 2, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1/29/22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Yeah.
Sure. Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Wilk, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
Yeah.
To whom?
Correct.
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please.
Yeah, she did misspeak. Maybe on purpose, maybe not.
What's the
We
time
don't
of
know.
this text?
Not that that matters a lot anyway.
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Okay.
Next text, please. Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please.
Starting to get good.
What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 and 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister. And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the
Time's
lights up for just a moment.
Sorry.
One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document. Please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished.
This is the document we discussed at sidebar?
It is, Your Honor. May I stand at the witness stand for just a second?
You don't have a separate copy for Ms. McCabe?
I do. I'm going to hand you this one and ask that this be marked. Just a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what is depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Bryon Albert.
Yeah, Bryon,
Okay.
sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
It's right there.
Yeah, you're about to read it, girl.
Yeah. February 1st.
Ah! Imagine that.
Yeah.
And then the last one, same day, around 5:30.
Yes.
With the court's permission to publish, please?
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize.
Thank you. For us older people here.
Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay.
From B Money Albert.
All right. It's from Bryon Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my husband.
And if you could orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon.
Noon, yes.
Just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Bryon.
So Bryon Albert explain what that text means.
So Bryon Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text.
I would have thought that meant Delaware. California's in Delaware? Why are they in Delaware?
Is this in response to the text you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Waterfall.
Across the street from Waterfall.
Across the street from Waterfall.
Oh, sorry. CF McCarthy's, yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Bryon.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
Yes, Miss McCabe.
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Tell
Yes.
who?
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
See where they're at. See what they know.
I wouldn't say directing.
Bullshit. You want to use? He was
No, I'm saying that Matt.
suggesting.
I think
Ask Chris
we're
to
all
ask
looking
some
to find out what happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Bryon to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Bryon who?
Sorry, Bryon Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell him that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Bryon Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please.
Hey, pause it for a sec.
This is a green box.
A picture says 1,000 words, right?
This is unbelievable.
Exactly.
Laughable. I mean,
Listen, all we can pray is that the jury has a little bit of common sense.
I'm hoping, man. I'm really hoping and praying, yeah. Because this is just borderline, like utterly ridiculous.
Dude, I don't know if there's not enough there, but man, that really plants the seed for a reasonable suspicion that they're covering up something. You think?
Yeah, I know. It's disgusting. It shouldn't even be in trial.
But listen, I gotta go. My wife's downstairs hollering at me. But
right.
Thank you for everybody watching right now. We truly appreciate it, and stick it out with Bryon for the next few hours.
You go and enjoy yourself, Gonzo.
Throw Steve next to you on the camera. That'll help you.
3 hours and 51 minutes left. We've been here all day.
All right, Bryon. Steve, let me know how it goes. Later, boys.
All right,
Peace, everybody. All right. Bye.
All right, ride-alongs. Nobody's leaving. No, I better not see that number get smaller. I'm here 6 hours. You're here 6. At least you're home nice and comfy. Come on now. Let's stick it out. Let's go. Roll it, Steve.
So I presume this is you?
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Bryon, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's OMG, but it meant to be OMG, correct?
Yes, yeah, I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Bryon, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Bryon, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Trying to get into
Next text, please.
You can't blame them. I mean, that's what everybody's working their angle.
Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom one more time?
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole?
Yes.
And she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on?
Yeah, that's exactly what it means.
Let's go back to that last text.
That's exactly what it means. Come on, people. American, right? Right along. That's exactly what that means.
You see where it reads,
Steve, can I get an amen?
if she's there?
He agrees.
Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
Yep.
I'm truly not sure who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Bryon, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please.
Yeah.
Who is this from and who is it to?
See what Karen's at.
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Bryon, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Bryon to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please.
I love Jackson's tone.
Who's this text from and who's it to?
It's the same every time.
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Bryon, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Bryon, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yeah,
Yes,
it
it
is.
is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's
Telling
the
them
him
everything.
that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please.
I believe you're correct.
Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Bryon, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Bryon.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please.
Yeah, not good. Not good.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Bryon.
And what does this read?
She liked the text above.
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry. To me, to Nicole, and to Bryon.
And what does this read?
Bryon sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Bryon and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please.
Period, comma, whatever.
Who's this from and who's it to?
Bryon to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt. Me, Nicole, Matt, and Bryon.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
Wait, who's it
I
from?
wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, correct?
She was
Earlier in the day.
Yeah. Earlier in the day, he had called me, and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handed with the phone. correct?
Yes.
And later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No.
I'm sorry, not Michael
Sorry.
Proctor, Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
So of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt McCabe.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Bryon.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Bryon, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Bryon.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts
Carrie.
having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please.
Carrie wasn't a talker on the stand, though, was she?
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Bryon, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please. And who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Bryon, to Matt.
What did you write?
I wrote, she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were
It's not fishy at all, is it?
That's very
They're
fishy.
telling everything, like the truth. Shouldn't they be? But someone said in the comments something that hit me. They said, shouldn't she be upset at Karen?
Yeah.
Really not saying much about Karen at all, except for if she pleads or if she fights. That's really the only thing that I caught that she's even saying about Karen. Not
When you think about it,
going off like I can't believe she hit him and all that stuff.
if you have a normal person and they see something happen and then somebody says to them, you know, hey, I did this, I did this, I did this, you would be like, oh man, officer, I'll talk to you later. Come here, come here.
Or, no,
She just said, I did this, I did this, I did this. You guys need to know this. Normal people would tell the cops, hey, this is, you know what I mean? So,
Well, and if you said it to me outside of their earshot, I'm like, dude, what the heck? Why?
yeah,
What's going on?
yeah,
Why
yeah.
do
What
that?
happened?
Yeah, I want to know what happened.
Of course.
I just threw my headphones on. Ignore that. And now I got to do it. Roll it, Steve.
Roll it.
listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough
Bet
to
you
say
could.
that she's telling them everything.
Yeah.
When I used the word everything, I meant it in not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please.
Well, what happened? Ask Carrie Roberts what happened. If she knows.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Bryon.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please.
Good. Yeah.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Bryon.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says.
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept was, as he said, she could write a book, so he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please. That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page?
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives, would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
I move for
Yeah.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely. Disregard that question.
They
Your Honor,
heard
may we
it.
approach?
They heard it.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's
In the
perfect
text that we
example.
just saw,
Colluding.
you were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses in this case, through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard and what you heard during Carrie Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Carrie Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes.
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts's statements to the police, correct?
To my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Carrie Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Carrie Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had
Love it.
created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically, her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Carrie Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline, right?
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
I want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house. May I approach, Your Honor? You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
The same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago. I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him?
I don't believe so, no.
So if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report?
Sustained.
Oh, another cop who
Do
can't
you
get it
remember
right.
exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave and we dropped her off at Mike Lank. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix up, not yours?
Sustained.
That's a big
Is
mix up.
that, I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Okay. It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from...
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court in a proceeding about this issue.
Ben, I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right. When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Damn right you did.
You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so I
I'm
don't...
just asking if you had a discussion.
Yes,
That's
you
all
do.
I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
They did. They
I
did.
have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now,
Yeah.
you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because
Of course you
those
did.
days were just a complete blur.
hard for you.
But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 30th?
I don't recall.
Of course not, Jen. Of course not.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully, this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
Of course she did. She forgets a lot, right?
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes,
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
yes,
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had left. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time. Maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document. Do you recognize the document? There
So
are series
has
of-
it been marked yet?
I'm sorry. I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So the Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back. Okay.
And a
Thank you.
For identification. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay.
You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map, generally?
All right. So I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
Yeah.
I'll see counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please?
Yeah,
Don't
continue, Your
react
Honor.
to it.
Yes.
Thank you. Taking a look at that first page, do you recognize a location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page,
Yes.
do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, pardon me, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4. Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that?
Yes,
location?
that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th.
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Gonna get her.
Yes.
What is that, again, what is that location?
That is 1/30/2022.
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes.
What's the date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 536,
Okay.
and this page is 540.
Yes.
Okay? Take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
Yes.
Everybody, you guys want us to keep going or should we end it? I'll leave it up to you guys. I'm already here. You know, we're tired. It's storming out, but who cares?
There's about an hour and a half left.
Is there really an hour and a half left?
Yeah.
Damn.
It's a long
Let us know. Let us know in the chat.
And y'all are mean, man. I don't want to be on your bad side because some of the things you say about Jen.
Thumbs up for keep going. Thumbs down to stop. Roll it. Or should we fast forward some of this? Can you even fast forward?
Yeah, but I don't have much control. That's
Yeah, I got you. Dangerous on a live to fast forward.
Everyone's saying stop. Stop, stop. Oh, there's one. Keep going.
More. I can't listen anymore. Yeah, the audio for the trial sometimes, it's not us. Sometimes, even when I watch it, at home, sometimes it's great. Sometimes it sucks. So. Keep going.
What are you guys eating out there while you're watching this? We just had some pizza.
Yeah, we just had some pizza.
Let's make the chat a little more positive. I know not a lot of people like Jen, understandably.
Yeah, but she is who she is. She'll get hers. Trust me, she has to lay her head down.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Michael Lank's.
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
I love it. Straight out of Canton.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously?
Yes.
Much more than we are. Is driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3 or 4 minutes?
It could be with they have multiple stop signs.
Okay.
And due to the weather.
Right. Taking a look at page 9.
Yes.
Do you see another pinpointed address?
Yeah.
Yes, I believe it's the same one.
Okay. The same address on
As
Oakdale?
Michael Lank.
Okay. And what's the time? What's the date of that?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah.
Finally, the last page, page 10. Do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do, yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that
It is safe to say.
your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yeah, should.
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day, yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30.
Not after.
Correct.
Yes.
This is in January in Boston, is that right?
Dark.
Greater Boston area.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gets dark really early.
Yeah.
Yes.
4 o'clock.
It was a blizzard.
The night before, yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe to
assume.
say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
And why'd you say it was early?
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, I'm assuming the car was running?
Yes.
Heat had to be on full blast?
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear?
Yes.
Because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did, yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house?
No, we didn't.
you actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and
Back
fought
in
the
the car.
cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what
course.
this piece
Why
of
would
paper
you?
says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand, it wasn't to drop anybody off, it was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house, yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34 Fairview before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped, yes. Slowly
got you on GPS,
stopped, yes.
You went in the house and spoke to someone.
No,
got you on
I never went
GPS.
in the house.
Why'd you go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stay there for 46
Your
minutes.
sister's house.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house, no.
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No,
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
And now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not. This isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Do you remember testifying
Conveniently.
a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
Of course
Would it
not.
refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
What's you gonna say? I don't care what this paper says. I know what I know.
Take a look at that page, the top highlighted portion. May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, Carrie testified that he was my Fairview.
On May 21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you maybe even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. you did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But again, I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a lot of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
Of course, Jen. We know.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. Well, let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking
what are
her
we doing
memory,
here?
not according to the document.
Yeah.
Oh, my memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it
You
true,
never do.
Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence? 5:12 in the evening.
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Of course not. Of course not.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
It is.
Do you
I'm about
have a
to shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
Shift gears.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to shift gears to some phone calls that you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022, moving forward to February and March. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Can you tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you?
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Just going to deny knowing.
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. But before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
Oh. Yeah.
M and N for identification.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
Not yet. I will in just a
All
second.
right, so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions.
Without looking. Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls. Yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here?
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay. So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that
Look
you're
at the
holding
paper.
as to the time of that phone call?
Yeah. What's the time on the paper?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Come on.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again we're
Right.
being asked.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
Okay. On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call.
But I don't remember from who or
Again,
what
don't
time.
remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document at the next line down or the next phone call with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay, so there's two phone
Make
calls.
it easy.
Excuse me?
I only object to the form. I don't object to the record.
All right.
What?
So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
Well, then
So
I'll just,
I'm being told that there's no objection
fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from the record.
Fine, then that'll speed things along. I
Is that the
appreciate
nature of the
that.
objection, Mr. Brown?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor, 10:54 a.m.
Yes,
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
yes,
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
yes,
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
yes,
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame.
Okay.
The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
Am I looking at the second one or the
May I approach you?
Yes.
this one? Yes.
Y'all, there are a lot more bombs coming at you.
This one has the February 14th.
Fireworks going off.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document. And by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m. lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m. Is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m. Is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m. Do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you. And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay, and that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay, and you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for
Okay.
that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Bryon Albert was there
Yes.
in your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you were communicating back and forth, certainly,
Yes.
in the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include, those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
And then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
so you had
When it
spoken
started
with
going to
Michael
shit.
Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct?
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told
She never
Lieutenant
is.
Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
Yeah, he did.
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully, in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote that you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
You have to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like to be seen.
Okay, come to sidebar, please.
Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not my
Proctor
question.
prior. Well, there was a,
Did you tell Trooper Tully?
Yeah.
Lieutenant
Answer
Tully,
the question.
That quote.
if I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So this
my
has
question
been
is my
asked
question.
and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
Trying to establish he's lying, which we know.
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly, if I could.
Yeah, let's talk about those.
Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
You've indicated
Donna
on
like their
direct
boyfriend,
examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The calls
I
were between.
apologize.
That's okay. 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50, 50.
Oh, 50. Oh, sorry, I apologize.
Eddie. Listen, Ellie. Eddie.
Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
What did you talk about?
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that call was answered, even though it says it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown, yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving out to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page, at 12:29 and 44 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up. 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
Pause it.
12:41 and 59 seconds.
Does anybody else think that maybe Jen had the hots for John? Steve, what do you think? I don't know. Chat, America, what do you think? She sure is calling him a lot for. I mean, I know that's just the only night, maybe. It's just, I don't know, it's a little weird.
Well, John's a good-looking guy, but what bothers me is the guy. He's always the guy.
Yeah.
So it was amazing how she was such a friend, but then she disassociated, and now he's the guy.
Well, yeah, she's got to disassociate, so it won't be as painful when she lays her head down on her pillow at night and demons try to drag her down to hell. It's just a little odd. That's all. Go ahead, play it.
There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed.
She's all up in his business.
Correct?
You know what I mean?
Correct.
Yeah.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You
Now
called
they're
John
looking for the
O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Now they're looking for the phone.
12:47 and 52 seconds.
You hear it?
You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Yeah.
I think I heard it.
Now you're looking for it.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds,
Here
you
comes the
called
butt
John
dials.
O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls.
Yeah. Why are you calling him 7 times, girl? Oh,
That you indicate
we know
you
why.
made to John O'Keefe's phone
maybe
and that were missed. Is that right?
pineapples.
According to this record, yes, they were
And
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple
Yeah.
times that morning and there were missed calls,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I
Were-
might have done inadvertently.
Oh,
We're going to
okay.
get to that in a second. My question is, that
Certainly.
comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John
There it
O'Keefe's
goes.
phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18,
But
yes.
you indicate
said.
every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what
Yeah.
those calls were, these 7 calls that were
Remember
missed
the beginning.
between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
That's called blowing it up.
You previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's your explanation?
Yeah.
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
butt dial.
I believe I called it a butt dial.
I haven't butt dialed somebody.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to
That's a
butt
lot.
dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once. 7 times,
7
correct?
times.
According to you.
According to the record.
That happens to me every night.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yeah.
On my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct?
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Oh, you
Next
are
question.
Weren't you
absolutely
confronted
aware of
with
that.
at the last hearing a year ago, whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs.
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
You guys are killing me with these.
She does have an active butt, I guess.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
No, it's actually not. It's actually pretty hard.
Is that right? You had an iPhone.
I do, yes.
And
Back in the
that
early
iPhone
iPhone
requires
days.
a biometric or a passcode to get.
I don't want to talk over her. Back in the first iPhone days, I remember 2006 is when the first iPhone came out because I had it. And then it was a little bit easier to butt dial somebody. But nowadays, ever since probably, iPhone 3, 4, 5.
The only way that I've ever kind of accidentally maybe could have done something like that was when I had my phone unlocked.
Right.
And I was doing something on it.
Yep.
And maybe I got distracted or something and I still had my finger on it.
Yeah.
And I'm talking to you and maybe I'm touching it.
It's very hard to do that now, especially
when it's
7 in
locked.
one night. That's a stretch. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, I think she's lying, people.
She might be lying.
She might be lying. Just saying. All right. Play it.
Slightly exaggerating. Maybe.
Slightly exaggerating.
It needs to be open, to keep it open phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And it requires, your phone requires some sort of biometric interaction with the phone.
Yep.
Otherwise known as face.
Face or your code, right?
Put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the
Yep.
text app. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, how
Oh, come on, girl. Please.
every day. Every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hundreds
Yeah.
of times a day, right?
not hundreds.
You don't have to look
Dozens
then.
of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a
Yeah.
phone call. You can't call
Right.
somebody from the texting app, right?
About 3, 4 steps at least.
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages.
Mhm.
Oh, right. Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe I accidentally hit the last thing, the last call. Like since I had talked to John,
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe
7
she
times.
is. Go ahead and finish.
7 times.
okay?
Ms. McCabe. I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Thank you, Lou.
Jumping the gun.
Thank you.
So let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Pretty
Ms.
good
McCabe, you're
theory.
aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Correct.
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
That would open a separate app, correct?
Yep.
Correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose a person to call, correct?
Yes. Sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
If that happens to be the last dial, scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way. Yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the records show. Yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
When you make a call that's missed, generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does. Yes.
So then you have to do something additional
Yeah.
with
You
that
got to
call.
retrieve the voicemail.
Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes, right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call.
One
I'm sorry,
missed
for
call.
7 missed calls.
Man, I wish somebody would just
It
crack.
could be, yes.
Fine. Here's the truth.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny?
Of
making
course
those
not.
calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
But you don't remember it.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused, are you talking about,
Let me rephrase the question.
You're
Okay,
always confused, Jen. You're always
The night
confused.
of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, you left Fairview.
oh, I'm sorry,
What
okay.
time did you get home today?
It was after 2, I believe.
Who knows when you got home?
Positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes,
You began to engage with your phone at
yes.
that time.
Yes, you did.
What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
Google.
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
You use Safari as your browser?
Google.
I'm not sure what I used.
Or whatever.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
Sorry, slipping.
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record
Come on, girl.
many
You go
times
online on your phone.
about that search early
Yeah.
in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a Google search.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it was
come
a
on.
Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
Like you've done a
You
million
indicated
times.
that you
We all
were
do.
Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I would say it's
I'd have
2:26,
to look at a record. I don't recall off the top of my head.
that time frame, don't you?
Because we know what you Googled at 2:27.
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m. Right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. That's
There's a
slam dunk.
record, I think, of one.
Right.
Oh, come
The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
You know what it is.
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
I'm not a phone expert to know.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't
Yes.
you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation.
And what's the problem?
There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
And
you
those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there.
Yeah, we are.
I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report,
Sure.
okay.
You don't
We'll
remember,
show
you
you.
say that you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record, you have nothing in
We'll
your
show
mind
you.
about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Yeah,
Are you
get it.
asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27?
Yes.
I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you? been asked
I've
about?
been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it.
Yeah.
You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally,
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
and every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
Oh,
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
Never seen the freaking Google search.
she saw it last
Did you want
year.
to see a record, Ms. McCabe? Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
Just a search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On
Yes.
that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Miss Reed.
McCabe, I didn't ask you that.
That's not
I
what he
asked you a
said.
yes or no question.
Yes.
Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Die Cold?
I object to recovery in the record.
Yes.
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay, now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the
Wow.
phrase Hoslong to Die Cold.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Woo, that took a lot to get her to admit that, boy.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I
Yes.
don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone Hoslong to Die Cold. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning. Two iterations of how long to die in the cold. Hoslong to die in cold, how long TI die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. It's what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
Saying that.
You also
Saying that.
testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve.
Is that
Yes.
yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days following.
You discussed it? or not?
Yes.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like
in
that.
the 3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you if you discussed it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She told you that.
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you two discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search, yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Say what? What was that?
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement? May we approach?
Of course
Just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Judge.
Have you become aware
Thanks.
from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied?
But Jackson's like a dentist, man. He's pulling teeth.
What happened?
Jeez.
Oh, no, sorry.
Having heard
I thought I cut out.
attributable to my client.
No,
You heard that?
no.
Wow.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out of the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not
Yep.
sure what what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio
What does it matter?
of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
Conveniently.
So, of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's your word and
Yes,
your
sir.
word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes, yes,
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
yes,
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down,
This
you
happened.
saw what she put down,
Remember? Yeah. That's
Yes.
and you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister. Who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Oh.
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline, yes.
Oh.
And then you've spoken to Miss Roberts several times about
yeah.
this case
Yes.
and about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about
What
the
details?
aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No,
Objection.
absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I don't
Ms.
need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosslong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's that apology again. Has someone told
Yeah.
you that you need to apologize when
Yeah.
you say when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to
Yeah.
answer?
No,
Have you discussed this with anybody?
no, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say,
You don't have to apologize for saying the truth. You know what I mean? You don't have to apologize. So it's odd that she is apologizing.
No, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, play it.
I
hate these headphones. I feel like I'm talking in a cave.
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15.
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the 3 searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Of course, objection. It's sustained, of course. Ask it differently.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever
Yeah.
been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back
Again,
to
the computer's wrong,
the
everybody.
time of about 6:03 in the morning.
Jen is
Ms.
correct.
McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence, and I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, "What happened?" Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
Good
I
question.
don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, "My boyfriend, I left him, he never came home"?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could,
Let's take a look.
I would ask that
Shall
we
we?
queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 420.
Yeah, let's take a look. We're almost 6 hours in, man. Yeah.
Before
That's how
we
we
play
do it,
this,
people.
Yeah, I like the glare.
Audiences are getting accustomed to long run times. It's okay.
I'm going to play just a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf?
Oh, you're gonna hear it.
Could you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear, yes, sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Get my ears on for this.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played?
See, it doesn't look like it's snowing that hard there. I mean, it's coming down.
Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Did it sound like Ms. Reed?
Sorry.
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, female?
I'm not sure I could, could I listen to it again?
With the court permission one more time?
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it, yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, "My boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home"?
I could not make that out.
You testified
like that.
on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that.
Yeah.
You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed and Ms. Roberts.
Yes, yes.
Not you, correct?
No,
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
She needed to be concerned about the house, sir. Yep. In a normal scenario. This one's not normal.
You pause this. Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please.
See, you can see the grass. See, you can see all, is that grass?
Pause it, please.
Or is
Can
that
you
snow?
see
I
who it
think
appears
so.
you're
Yeah,
talking to at that
Green in
point?
the very corner.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it.
I can't tell if it's a trick of the lights, but it looks windy
Pause it.
and it's definitely snowing.
Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it.
There's Karen.
Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please.
There's Carrie. Hello. Mind crime. So it looks like Jen's just pretty much just kind of just standing there. Yeah, she's just standing there.
Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes.
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
Yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out, no.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Objection. Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection. Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Miss Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to runtime 8:56? Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right.
Speaking to someone?
Yes.
Who is that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer, possibly.
And Miss Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please.
Yeah, there's two cops there. I mean, come on, lady. You don't remember talking to the two cops that were at the scene? I wasn't even there. Sarah from Mulaney.
In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed?
Did you object?
I mean, can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 10:49?
What do
This
you
will
need
be
to
from
help the cops
10:49
with?
to 11:55, Mr. Wolk.
What do the police need your help with, Mrs. McCabe?
Pause it.
I fail to see that.
Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it?
saw everything.
Dash cams displayed? Were your dash cams displayed?
No, we didn't have dash cams. We had just the body cams. But when we had trial dash cams, just to try and see if we liked them, it was full screen. Yeah, it wasn't way better than this. Can't, they got the ones from Tino or whatever. Probably got them.
TikTok shop.
TikTok shop from China. $5 each.
Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Yep. Why? Oh,
Runtime
we know why.
2022, Mr. Wolk.
We know why.
Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them.
We need to call 911.
Shut up. I need an ambulance.
Mr. Wolk, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lank.
Let's go ahead and play it.
So now there's 3 cops there. Sarah, Malini, and Lank. Not that hard. I wish they had body cam, or at least audio for the dash cams. Because it'd be nice to hear what she's saying to them right now. Sometimes you get those people that come up to you and they know everything, and you're like, were you here? Oh no, I wasn't here. How the hell do you know everything? You know what I mean? You get those kind of people. I'm just wondering if she's acting like that. As for a woman who just showed up at the scene with her friends and found a deceased cop or an almost dead cop, what could she possibly know? Freeze.
Yeah,
Show me your hands.
What was that?
I don't know. Somebody banging on our door. Yeah, I really wish they would have that on audio. Of course, it might not be here if we had it on audio. She
Ms.
might not have
McCabe,
said it.
who was
I don't
most
know.
engaged in that clip with law enforcement? Between and
was.
among you and
Yeah, you were.
Roberts and Miss Reed.
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Well, of course
Ms.
not.
McCabe, when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High intensity emergency situation, correct?
Yes.
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of
Yes.
fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew
Yes.
that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You
Yep.
knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Where are you going?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, this is my friend.
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going
"This
to
is
give
my
a I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
Hey, man.
Did you hear what she said, America? Did you hear what she said? She needed to get the emergency services there so fast that she didn't want to give a description. She just wanted to say a man laying in the snow. Steve, what's 2 words that you can say that will get all the cops there and emergency services there quick as all hell?
Officer down.
That's all you got to say, girl.
And not only that, wasn't there emergency personnel?
Oh, we're getting to that. We're getting to that. That's all you have to
Ahead of
say.
myself.
Everybody knows, officer down. Everybody in the world's rolling fast, right? Everyone's coming. But that's why you didn't say officer down, is because you didn't want everybody there. You wanted to keep it, in my opinion, hush, hush. That's why you just said a man laying in the snow. If he's your dear friend, you wouldn't have just said a man laying in the snow. So when you come out and you say, oh, that's my dear friend, and you loved him, no, you didn't. Because if you did love him and he was your dear friend, you would have said, we have a down officer. So
She was pretty dang calm.
she was completely calm. Yeah. All right.
Not like it was a surprise.
Yep. Well, she knew. That's why. Roll it. She wasn't surprised.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and I
you
wanted
didn't say,
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
None of that
Again,
matters.
A man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was
Absolutely.
a fallen officer, a fellow
Absolutely.
officer?
Yes.
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not
It was a
professionals.
yes or no.
We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it was asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No,
None of you are first responders.
no,
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
There is somebody though.
On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them?
I can think of one.
First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Bryon Albert.
Ding, 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 ding. Bingo.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Bryon Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes,
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
it's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Bryon Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could
No,
do
they
for
weren't.
John.
No, they
And you
weren't.
knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you
Those
still
weren't-
never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make two phone calls, didn't
Yeah.
you?
After I called 911, I
Google.
tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked the 25 feet to the front door,
Yeah.
walked in the house,
How about
and
that?
screamed for Bryon Albert to come out and help you in
Yeah.
those precious seconds and minutes.
Yeah,
didn't
those
you?
precious seconds.
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
Stop with the
And making those two
bullshit.
very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered. correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life
Yes.
right there in front of you.
Yeah,
right?
before attending to John.
As
you
I was
called.
walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have two more questions,
Okay.
and I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
Hang in there.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house.
Yeah.
You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
You're not calling.
They were sound asleep
Knock on the
They
door.
weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Yeah. Maybe she's
Correct, she
injured.
didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside
Yeah.
the house and check that they're okay?
Yeah.
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no
Why
reason to
wouldn't you
believe they
then?
weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus... Can I finish, please?
You had solved your crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better.
Yeah.
You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Bryon Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
That's all I have.
All right, jurors.
Ms. McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on
Almost done.
redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
Of course.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were, there were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There was an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Yep.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
Yeah. See, diesel. Wow.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly,
They're not
you
shutting them
would
off in
agree
the
that there
cold.
was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left, so they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser, just on the other side of Terry Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes.
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
Facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise
loud, man.
outside of 34 Fairview?
It's loud.
No.
You
Okay.
can
So
say
it
it.
was,
Yeah.
correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes.
Yeah,
Side
big scene.
lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes.
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
Correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Trying to calm her down. She wasn't trying to be disrespectful.
You were asked
Like that
about
match.
the stop at 34 Fairview on the way to Sergeant Lank's house. Redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom?
Yes.
And you admitted that you stopped, but actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
Yes, you asked me.
Yeah, he did.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
Yeah.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating, so I think I helped them well.
And you're obviously well aware that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said I'm going to stop, and I'm going to seek some counsel, yes.
Yeah, we're going to circle back. We're going to circle back.
The text messages. You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you, and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
Were any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Bryon Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the four of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them, yes.
You read some text messages to and from Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message with your children, didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes.
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
They're not correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
Nope. Same family.
They could be. Again, it could have been Chris Al, but Julie, I don't. One of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Bryon Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe.
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
I think we're about done with
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Well, this is the cross, yeah, because it's the end.
Oh, there you go. That's the end.
All right, see, that was the end because he's just going from the redirect. So, all right, everybody, 6 hours, 23 minutes straight. And you know what's funny? Oh, look, G's back. Gonzo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
We got you.
My mic died, I think. Can you guys hear me?
No.
Sorry about that. Feed the wife.
That's all good, man. We just finished. We just wrapped it up.
Yeah, I know.
So let
dude.
me,
What do you think of that last? What do you think of the last like 30 minutes?
That's awesome. It's awesome. The fact that she said, the fact that she was saying how, she wanted to get the medical there as fast as possible. So she just said it's some guy on the lawn instead of saying it's a downed officer, officer down. Like that blows my mind. Like everybody knows that. Come on. Now she's just being stupid.
I think she came across pretty bad
to the jury. I really do.
Yeah,
So that's a
nothing's
big
changed
win.
a lot from last year.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
She's getting a little snippy there midway through, and then to the end, she's, you know, she doesn't remember anything. But all right, anyway, we didn't even know we were going to do this today, everybody. Why do I still have these freaking headphones on? Oh, I hate headphones. Anyway,
You're not gonna hear G.
Oh, well, I don't need to hear them for the second. We weren't even going to do a live today, and then we decided to. Again, everything here is unscripted, and 2 hours later, we said we're going to do the longest live ever. So
Dude,
here we
it
are
really
for 6
was.
hours, 24 minutes. We hope you guys enjoyed it. I know it was a long time. Trust me, sitting in this stool for 6.5 hours sucks, but we did it for you guys because we wanted to get this out to you, and we wanted to review it. And I'd say, yeah, I mean, this is all for Karen, so it didn't disappoint. It didn't disappoint.
Well, I'm the same way as it was last year with her. My opinion has not changed one bit.
Yeah.
She's still a POS.
If anything, this time it's almost a little bit worse. Almost a little bit worse for me with the way just her whole demeanor and the way she was changing stuff and the way she kept saying, well, the computer's wrong, but I'm right.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. The computer's right. You're human. Computers don't lie. You know what I mean? So that, to me, that just made her look even worse.
Yep. I agree.
You know, and then obviously we have all the cops with their incredibly botched investigation and poor policies and breaking procedures. Yeah, it's a mess. So, but hey, I wanted to thank everybody for sticking with us for the 6.5 hours. You guys rock. Your ride-alongs. Sometimes ride-alongs. Sometimes it's a tough day. You know, I've been up since 3 o'clock this morning and I've been here all day. So sometimes it's thanks for the marathon. Yeah. We thought the 4-hour one was long. Now we have to beat 6.5 hours. Oh my gosh. All right. Anyway, I'm going to go home. I got to get out of here.
Yep.
All right. Hey, everybody, thank you for your support. Thank you for all the super chats. I'm sorry we didn't get to read all of them. But you know, Steve messes up all the time. I'm going to blame him.
Why not? Jen blames everybody else.
Yeah. Free Karen Reed. Thank you for everyone's support. Support all the other YouTubers and creators. And thanks for watching.
And for those still serving, have a safe tour of duty.
And make a difference in someone's life.
Always.
Stay classy, Las Vegas.
Always, always, always.
A little early there, G. A little early.
1 Sam 5 and 1 Sam 6. Copy of 425 call.
Copy. 1 Sam 5 en route.
1 Sam 6. Copy. En route.